Yeah, not now. Let me know if you can hear me now. All right, good way to start a week. Still no sound? I'm not sure. I'm not sure why now. Let me know if you can hear me now. Yeah, I'm seeing that. Back, you can hear me now? Good, 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 good. All right, let's try that again. Arctic Fox Alaska, Ace Lee, Germ Corp, Sabrina, Junk Savvy. Good morning, good morning. Lobo to Welfare. I was saying good morning to you, my friend. I received your card over the weekend. Thank you so much. That was amazing. And I didn't want to bother you. I knew you had some family stuff going on, but I hope Angie's mom is doing good, and I hope everything's well. Merry Christmas, Grumpy. All right. Happy Monday. We're off to a good start. Let's go. Hey, Blessed Auto Group. Good morning. Good morning. Caesar C. Let's go. Yes. Let's go. Big week. Big week today. Or this week. A lot going on. We all know what's going on. We've got the CPI. So later today we get the CPI projections. Those shouldn't have much impact. Then tomorrow morning we get CPI, start of the FOMC, start of the FTX hearings, and then Wednesday is the big day. So not sure. I would not expect anything much more than some sideways trading today. Also keeping an eye on the MMTLP situation. What a saga that is turning out to be. And I know a few of you guys are in on that. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on that to see where that goes today. You got the Carvana vending machine here. Really? I didn't know that those were real things. You're talking about like the ones that are on the commercials? Interesting. So maybe that explains some of the movement in Carvana recently. I've seen some more chatter about that this morning. Thoma Bravo to take Coupa Software private at $81 a share. That news came out earlier today. That's trading at $78.66 right now. And like I said, they have a offer to go private for $81 a share. So a little bit of meat on that bone, but might be a little risque. What else? What do we got moving here? HTGM. Oh, up 100 and So ran 117% on Friday and now up 180% in the pre-market here. "100% clinical benefit rate was achieved in phase 1B trial evaluating APVO 436 in combination with venetoclax and azacitidine for venetoclax treatment naive patients with acute myeloid leukemia." So 100%, you don't see that a lot. 100% clinical benefit rate. So that explains the huge movement here, up probably 500% now in the last 2 days. Hey, what's up? What's up? Hog 587. Hog 587. Good to see you. Happy Monday. So, what are you guys keeping an eye on? Like I said, I don't think we're going to see too much action today. But still a lot of stuff out there. Oh, look at that. That K West Microsystems finally IPO'd. I thought they were playing games with us because I kept seeing K West right when all the Kanye stuff was going on. So that must have IPO'd or merged, I think is actually what it did. Because it's, or maybe they re-released shares. They've been pumping this on Webull for about 2 months. Well, I mean, I guess that's one way to play it, Blessed. You could play it that way and just hope that it moves enough one way or another. I could see that happening. I just don't know where to get the upside from. Although stranger things have happened. I can't see now depending on CPI, unless CPI comes in better than expected. You know, if CPI comes in hot like PPI did, I can't see how J Powell could signal any kind of pivot. So even if they do the 50 basis points, I don't know. A lot hinges on that CPI data, though, no doubt about it. So at least we'll have, and this is the first FOMC meeting during all this inflation Fed rates, where CPI was released the day of the start of the FOMC meeting. Typically, we've had some time in between. This one a little bit different, so it's going to be hot and heavy, and that could be a play, Bless. That could be a play, especially as we get closer to Wednesday. Now, last time I got lucky. I had calls when they announced the interest rate hike, and I was able to sell them at about 225 right before Powell started talking. I guess we could have a situation like that where the reaction to the actual hike is completely different than the reaction to what Mr. Powell has to say. So we shall see. Oil down at right near the $70 level. So oil down at levels we haven't seen in over a year. See how that plays into things. Now you've got China trying to kind of make a deal with the Saudis to buy oil, not with the American dollar, with the yuan or the yen, however you say that. So that's something to keep an eye on. That's something to definitely keep an eye on. GNUS, Blue Origin SMAC Productions and Genius Brands to develop and produce Blue Origin Space Rangers, a children's animated adventure series. So is Blue Origin, or is that Blue something else? Which one's the Amazon rockets? Blue something. I haven't taken a look at space in some time, if I'm being honest. Virgin Galactic Holdings, 465. Yeah. USEA up another over 4% in the pre-market, 432 on USEA. And I believe this is the date of record, although you may have had to hold USEA by the end of day Thursday to get the dividend. You still may see some action today. There may be a lot of uninformed people out there that are trying to get that dividend. Blue Origin is Bezos? Okay, that's what I thought. What's it? That's the one that's going to that went to the moon, Ace Lee? I told you what I thought was going to happen. I thought they were going to come back down with that Artemis and tell us that it's not safe for humans to go to the moon anymore because of climate change. I could still see that happening. Either that, or they're going to go mine that moon, or they're going to do something with it. Whatever. Oh, they sent 3 dummies in there? Oh, yeah, that's right. They had, yeah, I did see that. Today's the day of record, but we may have to hold through distribution. Yes, that's true too. Which I think you're in a great situation with that USEA junk savvy, with oil down over 52-week lows, still paying out that dollar dividend. I don't think holding till the issuance is that big of a deal. I think it should work out good. Splits between U.S. DOJ prosecutors are delaying the conclusion of a long-running criminal investigation of Binance focused on compliance with U.S. anti-money laundering laws. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, that's not a bad move, Grumpy. That's not a bad move at all. That was actually very well played, my friend. Liquidated it to 20 free. Hold those 20 since they're now free. Yeah, take the risk out of it. Take the risk out of it. I think it'll be fine. I agree, Grumpy, when there's confusion, and I know Junk Savvy was all over that. So it was kind of strange because the confusion was coming from actual USEA, the way things were changing. But I think it's win-win. I think if you're still holding it, you still may see a dump the day that the dividends actually paid out. But I think that when oil starts moving, that's going to counterbalance that just fine. Yeah, so Sabrina, I've seen people saying that it's going to be open for trading today. I've been kind of checking the comments throughout some platforms all morning when I had a chance. I had a bit of a busy morning, had to take the puppy to get spayed and go drop her off and get Nikki to school and all that. So it's going to be interesting to see how this whole thing plays out and what the potential of it is, And then you still have the FTX situation. We see that. We'll watch that tomorrow. So that should be good. Apparently, SBF is going to testify now. I think that's a done deal from what they're saying. And you've got Kevin O'Leary. I'm not sure who else is going to be dragged in there, but I got the popcorn ready. It will be very interesting to see if they address the tokenized AMC shares, which some numbers show a number that I didn't even think existed when you start talking about quadrillions. USEA reissued their dividend 2 days before and changed the language to say must hold through distribution. Still had a nice rise and agree it will rise with oil crunch. Yeah, I think you guys are both in good shape there, Junk Savvy. I could see us possibly going that high. I'm not the spy local. I'm not the spy guy like Enzo. 394. So we would need what about 1% to get up near 397. Yeah, I could see it maybe pushing that. I don't see any good news, and I see everything that's up on low volume. Blessed. So I think we're gonna have some outliers today. There is always a chance that news could come out. I mentioned this when we were watching the soccer game Friday, that I literally keep CNBC on during market hours. There's a TV on in this room at all times. Not saying that I buy into it or I consider these people experts or anything like that, but I do keep an eye on it. And I've never once, since the Russia-Ukraine thing started, I've never once seen CNBC put out a graphic with an outcome of some kind of peace or ceasefire and what it would mean for the market, how it would make the market skyrocket, this and that. Now, I'm not in any way saying that means it's going to happen tomorrow, but usually things are put in the media for a reason. So it's something I'm keeping an eye on moving into the first of the year. Kathy Wood, CEO, ARK invests on a 5-year time horizon, betting big on speculative growth names Tesla, Roku, Zoom. What's that? Path, Square, Shopify, Teladoc, Beam, CRISPR, EXAS. Well, eventually she has to find the bottom, right? And as long as her ARK continues to have liquid, I think that they'll keep. They're not afraid to get rid of something for a loss. She's aggressive. It might not be for the faint of heart. If I was looking for a 1 or 2 year return, I probably would look elsewhere from ARK. But if I'm looking 5-10 years, I think she's ahead of her time when it comes to tech. I think she knows how to pick winners, and just her track record right now may be down a little bit just based on market conditions. You can argue she probably should have seen that. But what's up, GTA? You like SPY to 392? Well, like I said, I think that it will. I think it will close somewhere right around where we went into this day. So this day right here, this is when Jay Powell talked and the market ran. So I think by the time he talks again, barring something crazy on the CPI numbers, I think we go into the Fed hike right here around 395. Just my opinion. Completely not financial advice. Yeah, he probably would, Acely. Not sure what happened to him this morning. J Powell is Wednesday at 2:30 GTA. Wednesday at 2:30. The rate hike will happen at 2, and then J Powell will talk at 2:30. Tomorrow, I think it's 10 a.m. 10 a.m. we get the congressional hearings with FTX. So make sure if you're out and about tonight, make sure to pick up some popcorn. Have that ready for tomorrow. I'm expecting some theater. I think it should be good. Like I've talked about, I think Kevin O'Leary is in a very unique spot that we don't see too many people put in front of Congress in this situation, where on one hand they're the defendant in a sense, and on another hand they're on the other side. So I'm very interested to see what he lays out. I think because like I said, because he can be looked at on both sides, and it's going to be interesting. Oh, there we go. China's rapid reversal sparks whiplash as cases surge. Virus suspected to be spreading rapidly after the rules ease. Infected doctors asked to return to work if symptoms mild. Okay, so you got that. You got Elon calling for prosecution of a certain other doctor. Merry Christmas. I don't know. The 12 days of Christmas starts tomorrow? So right on time. Everything's lining up perfectly. You got the MMTLP mess that, we can see some kind of big resolve. Sure, it could drag out. It might not be something that we see an immediate effect tomorrow, but it could be, especially with such big events taking place, with CPI, with the FTX hearings, with still Microsoft is all the talk, with the FTC suing Microsoft. So you've got 1,000,001 distractions, and I don't know. Be vigilant the next 2 days, or the next 5 days, I should say, all week. Not that you should ever not be vigilant. You know what I mean. All right. 7 minutes. Okay, Lobo. I like where your head's at. Breaking out the spandex pants for HBK? I don't really have a good wrestler outfit that I could break out for it. And I don't have my mullet anymore, so I could find something. Yeah, I've seen a lot of chatter, Junk Savvy, that the offers would probably start at $2.90 with what I think that was the last listed price. And again, these are just comments on the internet, but I haven't seen anybody that's willing to sell for that price. But you do have to be careful. You do have to be careful because, as much as retail's in the same side, it's not going to be everybody against the hedge funds. There's going to be everybody scraping to get the best they can. So in a situation like that, be vigilant and worry about yourself first and foremost. I don't say that to be selfish or anything like that, but oh, nice, Lobo, nice. I haven't dressed up like the Hulkster since I was a little kid and had the Hulkamania workout set that came with like the tearaway t-shirt that you only get to use one time. I love the Christmas emojis there, Junk Savvy. Beautiful. Getting into the holiday spirit. I like it. Less than 2 weeks before Christmas, 13 days. Hopefully you guys got your Christmas shopping in order and are getting all set up. I have not done one bit of Christmas shopping yet. I am very far behind the 8 ball, but I will get there. USEA now up 5.5%, 438 going into 4 minutes before the open. 4 minutes. And not a whole lot of other news in the market this morning. Like I said, it's let's see what they say. 5 things we need to know real quick before the market opens. So nothing we didn't already know. The Fed is on deck. Federal Reserve will hold its 2-day policy setting meeting. Okay, we know that. This was an interesting one. Microsoft buys stake in London Stock Exchange. Microsoft taking a 4% stake in the London Stock Exchange Group as part of a new 10-year partnership. Over that period, LSEG has agreed to spend at least $2.8 billion on Microsoft's cloud-related products. Microsoft will also move LSEG's data platform and other parts of its tech infrastructure to its Azure cloud product. This news. So Ross Sorkin kind of debunked this a little bit today. Twitter charges Apple users a premium. Twitter Blue is back again. Elon Musk's social media company said over the weekend it would launch the service Monday. It'll cost you $8 a month if you want to edit tweets, upload 1080p videos, and get a blue verification check mark. Unless you use Twitter through Apple's iOS, then you'll have to pay $11 a month. So what Sorkin said is that's only if you buy it through the App Store, and that's pretty similar to anything else, but there is a way around it. If you go to if you buy it through the Twitter website or something along those lines, that you could bypass that additional charge. I don't use iPhones, so I don't know. The way that he told it anyways was that this is being blown out of proportion. That this is something that would happen on anything if you use the Apple, I guess, the Apple store as opposed to circumventing it. Yeah, there you go. You can pay through the website for $8. Yeah. So it doesn't seem like it was something that was targeted at Twitter, but yet it seems like that's kind of how the headline's making it seem. Oh, Artemis came back. Okay, huh? The Orion space capsule splashed down Sunday in the Pacific Ocean, putting the final touch on the expensive, much delayed Artemis 1 moon mission. More sanctions for Russia. A group of 7 leaders on Monday are slated to discuss more sanctions. Yeah, because those are working so well. And that's what the mainstream media wants you to know today. Well, it'll be interesting to see the people that want this, because I think there's some hypocrisy going on both sides of the aisle. Dang. Sabrina, good stuff. I was having too much fun. There's that bell, guys. Remember, you get a slight YouTube delay here. And we got the Dow opening in the green, up 0.25%. The NASDAQ opening 0.1%. S&P opening up 0.16%. And we are off and running. Low-key, what's up, Low-key? Good morning, good morning. All right, we got AMC opening right around that $6 mark, $5.99. Ape up 2.25%, still under that 80-cent mark. GameStop up just about 0.5%. Mullen up 1% now, trying to hold over that 20-cent mark. EVs taking a hit. Ride down 1%. Polestar down 2%. Centro, though, Spoke too soon. Mullenbeck under 20 cents. MMTLP still halted. Thank you for that update, Junk Savvy. And we will continue to keep an eye on that. Lucid down 2%. Rivian down 3.5% off that news that they won't be partnering with, was it Mercedes to build the vans? NIO down 3%. S&P looks like it wants to push to the upside, though, a little bit. Across that S&P top 10, we got Apple up just under 0.25%, Microsoft up just over 1%, Amazon down under 0.25%, Tesla down 2.5%, Google up 0.25%, Nvidia up 0.5%, Berkshire up 1/3%, Meta down 0.5%, and United Health up just about 0.5%. Interesting, CBS. And good morning to you. Saw something on Twitter that Cosmos posted a SEC filing saying they can lend their stock to short sellers or something like that. Be careful. Very interesting. And Cosmos down 4% right now, 33 cents flat on Cosmos. Make it 33.5. And SPY up just about 0.25%, so 394.29. Maybe pushing up. Maybe we see a little bit of a run up here. CEI might be time to sell. GTA up at that 8.5 cent mark. USEA sitting on 4.20 even. And across the Dow, we got a lot of green. Home Depot up 0.2%. Amgen down about 0.5%, and they had acquisition news today. They are buying out. Who is it? Horizon Therapeutics. So they are buying Horizon Therapeutics for. What's the total? $28.3 billion. So we had those two big acquisitions we talked about today. Webull showing MMTLP is closed. Maybe it just hasn't updated or something. Very interesting. GMGI, El Rey Resources acquires online casino crypto technology in an exclusive distribution agreement with Golden Matrix Group. So, casino crypto technology. Interesting. Yeah, but it's up. It's up on the day, GTA. Come on now. Buy high, sell low, baby. Buy high, sell low. Semis getting hit here today. Micron down 1.5%. NXPI just went green slightly. Broadcom just slightly red. Qualcomm down 0.5%, Intel down 0.5%, Nvidia down 0.1%, Taiwan Semi down 1.25%, AMD down 0.1%, excuse me, and Texas Instruments down just about 0.5%. Yeah, I will be trying to tune in to Charles Payne today to catch that. What time is he on at? 2 o'clock, Charles Payne? I know he acknowledged it on Twitter. He's aware of it. And that's a guy that I think will bring it to the forefront. Now, how he gets looked at, which I don't think is fair. I think he's, just because he's on Fox, he's kind of looked at one way, but he will get that out there. He did a lot to expose the whole ape movement, the AMC. He's been what I would say is a pretty loyal ally to the movement. Non-refundable. What's up, baby? Non-refundable. How you feeling today? Bullish? Let's go. That was just for you, Nan. Not really, but I just wanted to press that button. Amgen now in the green too, by the way. We got Bitcoin holding just under 17,000. Kind of been right near, right down there since I woke up, anyways. 16,994. That's just in case you're feeling bullish, Caesar. Don't worry, I got one for you if you're bearish too. But there's a time and a place for everything. And AMC now down 1.5%, 585 on AMC. GameStop down just over 0.5%, 2250. Oh, okay. I got something for you then, Nan. So you could be bearish too. We don't discriminate around here. Lobo. HTGM halted. Man, this thing, so what's it halted? Downside. Okay. Ran up to 197, now halted to the downside. And HTGM. Man, this thing is nuts. 39.5 million trades on it already. So ran 117% on Friday. And what did it do before that? Just pretty much was flat around 50 cents, 80 cents, just kind of meh. But it was once a powerhouse stock here. And you gotta like that 100%. 100% effectiveness in that trial. Yeah, 100% clinical benefit rate. So that's halted to the downside, though, here at 173. We are 9 minutes into the trader day. Oil rebounding, says Kramer. What's oil at? Okay, so oil getting close to that $72 mark. Like I said, we were hovering right around 70 when I woke up this morning. I'm not sure if it got under that $70 mark, but back up 71.91 on crude. We seeing that with that should be good for your CEI there, GTA. Okay, energy seeing a move off of that. Hess up just about 1% now. Phillips 66 up 0.2%. Valero up 1/3. Marathon Petroleum up 1/3. Devon up 0.7%. So nothing up really more than 1%, but everything seeing some green. Well, hot damn, Tennis, if you're out there. Harpoon Therapeutics. Holy guacamole. I forgot he harpooned some tendies off that puppy last week. So up another, look at this day. Had a 35% day, followed up by a 20% day, up another 26% today, 25.5% today. Beautiful to see. That is Harpoon Therapeutics. HTGM, excuse me. HTGM out of the halt. Coming to the downside, 165. Still up 200% on the day after 100% day on Friday. Phenomenal. SPY losing a little bit of ground. Market coming back. The NASDAQ into the red, down 0.04%. We got the S&P up 0.1%. Still the Dow holding 0.3%. Oh, Levi's. Goldman Sachs downgrades Levi Strauss to neutral, lowers price target to $17. Billy Ray Mullentine. Good week, day, morning, hour, and minute to you all. Appreciate that. You covered all the bases. Billy Ray, I was thinking about you over the weekend. That explosion in Jersey. I hope nobody that you know was involved in that, or that didn't hit too hard to home. First thing I thought about when I seen it. I'm not positive. You know I'm terrible with geography, Mr. Billionaire. But as soon as I seen the word Jersey, I was thinking about you, brother. Hope everything is. Hope you weren't affected or anything like that. Space, you talk about it, it'll happen. Look at this. GTA is just willing things into existence. We got Space up 1% now. CEI coming in clutch, up 2.75%. 85.3 cents. USEA coming back down. So ran up to 443 right before we opened. Now down 2%. TNXP, Tonix Pharmaceuticals, announces exclusive license of potential therapeutic or preventative humanized anti-SARS-CoV-2 monoclonal antibodies from Curia Global. Yeah, I didn't man, awful Billy. Again, my heart goes out to that. I didn't, like I said, I didn't look too much into it. Had a busy weekend, but as soon as I seen it, definitely thought of you. Non-refundable coming on with those hot dogs. My man, much appreciated, Non. Love you, brother. Yeah, and not that makes it any better, Billy Ray. You know what I mean? People are people, but without sounding like without sounding ignorant, I'm glad you weren't personally affected, but definitely thoughts go out to those people. Just heartbreaking, especially this time of year. Not that anything's ever good, Daniel. You know what I mean? But I don't know. It seems like, and maybe it's because of personal experiences, things like that. I don't know. Seems like anything tragic like that around the holidays just always seems to hit me a little bit harder. So glad you're good. CLVS, cancer-focused Clovis Oncology files for bankruptcy. Never a good thing. Oh, it's terrible. Well, all you could do with that, Mr. Mullentine, is just not that you can ever extrapolate something good out of a terrible situation, but you can always use it to at least appreciate what you have, which is time. Regardless of the stuff you have, the money you have, the things, you're here right now. Make the most of it. Make the most out of every day. Tell the people you care about. Don't leave words unsaid, even if it's uncomfortable words. Ken G building a new office block, huh? Is he hiring Billy Ray or? I want to go to Disney World for 3 days with Kenji and the boys. I might I'd sabotage it from the inside, you know. The guy seems to be doing all right if he's taking 10,000 employees to Disneyland for 3 days. Like I said, I seen the bill on me and Nikki for a couple days at Disney, and HTGM halted again to the downside, 143, which will still have it up, I think, probably 100% on the day, even if it comes out of that. I don't know, Billy Ray. I never know if there's an underlying motive in the stuff that he does. Right? Because it's, I don't know. There's a lot of confusion down there in Florida, and which hands are washing the other ones, per se, with kind of DeSantis and Disney and Ken Griffin. You know what I say? They're all in on it, Billy Ray. It's a big club, and we ain't in it. Harpoon Therapeutics still screeching. My man Tennis is Physical just loving life right now. 162. Harpoon up 42% now. Whew. CEI starting to move too. For real this time, GTA. Up almost 5%. And CEI, is the rest of energy following it? Yes, it is. Hess Corp now up 1.3%. So not huge gains in these, but oil started the day in the red. All these energy plays, so all in the green, roughly 0.5%. You know, nothing too big. And speaking of that, let's get have the first look at the heat map. Always dull and grayish, the first one of the day. Energy green, utilities all green, communications mostly green, tech mixed bag, financial a mixed bag, healthcare pretty green, industrials pretty green, Tesla still being the big bright red. So Tesla kind of dragging the market down, so to speak. A lot of confusion down there, GTA. A lot of confusion. So the market's still holding green. Dow up 0.45%. The S&P almost up 0.33%, and the NASDAQ up just over 0.25%. Still haven't seen much volume coming into anything. Tesla just getting hit 173.15, and I'll say this again, you know, we're here on another Monday morning. We're watching another Tesla sell off. We seen the same thing last Monday, and I have to ask, is our investors, maybe not retail investors, but do you think institutional investors in Tesla are now getting worried about repercussions, or whatever side of the I'm not saying that that there's anything politicized about it, just in the sense of, do you think that they're worried about the stability of Elon with what's going on with Twitter? I mean, we've seen a pretty big move in Twitter in the last week. That's a good question, Billy Ray. I'll have to get back to you on that one. ANTE performed a 1-for-4 reverse split on Monday, December 12th, which is today. GTA, I think Tesla, the car company, may have peaked just because of the saturation, but I still think if you're in Tesla for the long term, I think it's going to be just fine. I think as the autonomous driving rolls out, that boosts profitability. And again, I'm taking Elon's word for this. I haven't looked into it. I don't hold Tesla. I haven't looked into the pricing, but he estimates that, fully autonomous cars will basically cost the same to produce as they are now with a 5x value. And then you got the robots, stuff like that. So I think it's kind of premature to say that Tesla is more than a car company, although we often say that, but they still car sales still, I think, equal 93 or 94% of their revenue. I would also be looking for Tesla to get into the mining game, and I'll still say keep an eye on Bolivia there and see if Tesla now that's another statement Elon made, that Tesla was going to, they want to be a start to finish operation. So they want to be mining those materials out of the ground, refining them, doing what they got to do, the whole process in-house. Big aspirations, absolutely, but it makes sense. If they can get there, though, that's a whole nother thing. But I think you have to be a little worried about Elon. I'm not saying what he's doing is right or wrong. I think what he's doing is pretty awesome as far as just, exposing some stuff. But at the same time, is that the kind of behavior that you want out of your CEO of a different company? Like, it's, Twitter, it's privately held. He can do whatever he wants, but is there some spillover to Tesla? Yeah, well, they're trying to get rid of all that inventory glut, GTA, on Nikes. But people will still buy them. They'll just find a way to spin it. Get these vintage ones. And yes, I agree. Walmarts are warehouses, and we seen that news. Was it last week? Walmart threatened that stores would be closing and prices would be rising if theft doesn't get out. And what are they going to do about it? I mean, that seems like an idle threat. Do you think that there's thieves out there that are saying, you know what? I was going to go rob Walmart today, but they issued a statement and they said they're going to close the store if we don't stop stealing. So, you know what? I'm putting that all behind me. No, it's just a prelude. It's just a prelude to what happens, so that when it does come time for them to convert into warehouses like GTA is saying, they can play victim. And they'll probably get, I don't know, $50 billion from the government. Walmart was forced to shut their doors. Theft was so bad. Now Walmart has to deliver. And you can only come up to the door and pick up your order. And they'll probably get subsidized for it because they'll, I think it all depends on how Doge gets incorporated. GTA. Yeah, that's exactly how good they work, Grumpy. Yeah, there you go, Lobo. I was gonna jack Walmart, but I don't want to raise prices on my fellow neighbors. Yeah, it's kind of. I mean, the fact of the matter is this: like, they don't want to theft can be prevented. You're not going to stop all thievery, but there are measures that you could take, but those measures cost money. And they don't want to do it. They would rather just let I don't know, shoplifting is, I watch people do it every time I go to Walmart. I watch people, you can just, if you stand at the self-checkout, I would say 3 out of every 10 people are stealing something. Yeah, Avatar Week. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I think Doge, if Doge ends up getting incorporated into Twitter, but now it looks like, Elon wants to just be a straight bank and just straight finance stuff right through Twitter, have the whole payment system. So, and we know he knows how to do it, being involved in PayPal. He's got X.com. He spent, I forget how much to buy that back from PayPal, but he owns that, so that'll be the exchange. But Doge may still play into it. Doge may still play a part into it. High on Life comes out today. What is that, man? Someone did a biography on me? Because I stay high on life. Try to. 40% layoff this year will turn to 80, 90% next year. Oh, a Rick and Morty created game. Nice. Nice. I haven't got into Rick and Morty too much, mainly because I can't watch it around the boy. It's not very children appropriate. I found that out the hard way. So I'm not too into it. Oh, there's the man right there. I don't give those ho yeahs, but somebody out there will. What's up, Mr. Enzo? I hope everything is good at that doctor's. Yeah, they do. It's not a fun experience. I believe you're there with the little one. Hope everything is good. My little one. Currently getting made to not be able to make puppies. My voice can't go that high. I got a little scratch to it. I could give you a, oh yeah. How about that? Oh yeah. I can't get it high, Enzo. I can't do the high pitch. I've been in and out of the cold too much in the last couple days. I got a little scratchy throat. Yes, I think they probably do have some kind of cream or a balm. Who told you to put on the balm? I didn't tell you to put on the balm. So yeah, you may want to look into some sandpaper cream. That sounds amazing. Alien guns called Gatlians that you got to save everyone from the intergalactic drug dealers. Absolutely amazing. Amazing. You know what I am on that? Nan? I'm going to go ahead and put my five-star stamp of approval on this new Rick and Morty game. I am officially... So we're bullish on Rick and Morty games around here. Caesar C coming in hot. My man, that must mean Caesar's about to win some fantasy football league, or he won a big bet yesterday. And Enzo knocked me probably out of the playoffs. Not a good day. Not a good day. Scratchy throat, man. Scratchy throat. Oh, it's on Game Pass too? Oh, I'm definitely bullish on it then now. Definitely bullish. You like that, Jen Matt? I love the face. I love that face too. That Tom Brady face. That's just the I don't know, he looks kind of possessed. But good morning. And your Niners, Jen Matt. You know, hopefully Debo, nothing serious, but that kid looks like he could play. Morty used your car once and never brought it back. Well, that's what happens. GTA. All right, 10:02, guys. We're a half hour in. Sky hasn't fallen just yet. Why did I just try to start that? I don't want that. Market still just about where we started. S&P up 0.28%. The Dow up 0.5%. NASDAQ up 0.2%. Getting a little sideways. Just a sprain? Nice. Why? What did Odie do to you? What do you have to... What went down there? His face looked like he was down 34 to the Niners. Hey, I like that he... I like that homeboy that got that one pick off him, asked him to sign the ball, and he did. So I give Brady a little bit of props. He was a good sport about it. He knows what's to come. But there was some relevance with Brady being in that thumbnail and Larry David, because although they won't be appearing in front of Congress, both of them are named in civil suits against FTX, along with Kevin O'Leary, along with some other folks. So it wasn't completely random, but yeah. If only it could have been animated, Jen Matt. I wanted to have his head just like popping up from the bottom, just looking like creepy. But someday. Take a peek back at this heat map. Not much difference, man. Tesla looking like Waldo out here. Where's Tesla? Down 3.25. Moderna down 4% here. That's the brightest of the red. Energy continuing to stay mostly green. Healthcare mostly green. Tech, Utilities green. Industrials green. Nothing else changed. Oh, you started Tua over Herbert? You know I can, Tennis. You know I can. Harpoon is halted. Tennis halted to the upside at 227 after opening at 146. So we are halted. We've been halted. We've been halted for 3 minutes, Tennis. And let's see. They presented an updated interim data from its phase 1 clinical trial evaluating single agent HPN 217 in relapsed refractory multiple myeloma. Blah, blah, blah. So good clinical trial data. And I know you know Harpoon pretty well. But if this is clinical trial 1, you know what I mean, Tennis, and I don't know what else they have in the pipelines. This may be the time to take profits somewhere up here. Considering on the 1st, I think this is kind of funny. On the 1st of December, they received a notice of delisting from NASDAQ. Looks like that won't be an issue. I'm assuming that was for price failure to satisfy a continued listing rule or standard from NASDAQ. They didn't give any other explanations of that. Okay, we're unhalted. Tennis 242. So up 110% on the day. Fighting now down at 236. Volume just coming in on this. Lots of volume. Almost 16 million trades tennis against a under 200,000 average. So room to pump for sure. 249, breaking at 250, 260, 275, 280, 290. Holy shit! 293. Excuse me. Sorry, my language. But when you see that candle go off the board like that, when you can't even adjust your screen to see it, coming back down. So we hit 291, dropping down here 256, 259, make it 260 on HARP. Ooh. Man, never thought I could have so much fun with a stock I've never owned. Yeah, that was the old friggin'. That was the wham bam. I don't know what the just happened. 269 now on Harpoon. All right, 10:08 guys, coming up on 2 minutes, 10:10. Trying to sell at 6. Let's go. Let's go. You're going all or nothing. I'm gonna start calling you tennis as a Martin Apollo. Mr. Peterson, good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Monday, my friend. HTGM is also still halted, downside 127. HARP right around 258. This volume is ridiculous on this HARP. I guess I could see why you like this $6 level. Tennis. And I mean, you don't really have any resistance up here. You're gonna see, you know, maybe 330, maybe the top of this. You might see a little resistance at 270. You get through there, then you hit 330. Then the sky's the limit. Billy Ray's asking who got the word on HARP. I'm not sure where Tennis got it from, but Tennis had brought HARP into the chat probably over a year ago. Probably over a year ago. I can't be entirely sure, but there's probably 5 or 6 plays that I keep an eye on that he's brought to my attention throughout the last year that consistently move. Consistently, you can get that 10%. Now they'll consistently also drop, you know, but he's found a way to swing them. Now I don't know where this actual this run's coming from, because this has been a 3-day runner now off of good clinical trial. I'm not sure if there was other data, but you have to think probably part of it, if they were they under $1 when they yeah, so if that was a compliance issue, they pretty much, if they got that notice on the 1st, that could have been insider buying the next couple days, saying, hey, we don't want to have to do a reverse split or some crap like that. So FOMO at 175, Martin? Yeah, we were just looking at it. I think you're probably going to get, you can get the next big resistance after where we're at right now. You're going to get some right in here, right around where we're at. But then you're talking right in here, 330 to 340. And then probably the next level would be right in here, 470, maybe $4. But you got nothing back here, Martin. Nothing. You got smooth sailing. But again, Martin, play it how you will with the influx in value. The same as those ones that we talked about last week, Martin. When you see 205, we're at over 100 times. Over 100 times the over 100 times the daily average value. Excuse me. So again, I don't want to say that the support and the resistance is meaningless, Martin. But when you see this kind of volume, it makes the support and the resistance a lot easier to be amplified. You know, so what might not normally be support could turn into support just because of the action today, because you got so many shares being traded. We watched it last week, Martin, with what were those ones? RMED was one of them, and what was the other one you had your eye on? RMED's up 4% today. Summit. So you get those big swings back to the downside, and if this has already been a multiple day runner. This is its third day running in a row for Harpoon. So you got to think at some point, Martin, people start taking some tendies. We'll see where the market goes. I think that plays into it too, Martin. If we reverse and start going back to the downside, you could see that affect it. But right now we got the Dow up 0.43%, S&P up 0.3%, NASDAQ up 0.25%. So pretty much maybe up slightly from where we started. 265 now on HARP. And if I'm a HARP holder up here, Martin, I'm looking for some consolidation. But if it wants to keep stair-stepping the way it is back through that 270 mark, let's go. But I also think in plays like this, Martin, that even though when you look back, you don't see any kind of resistance around $3. You know what I mean? Nothing really there. I think you are going to, if and when it gets to that $3 mark, because you have so many day traders in on this, you're going to see a sell-off up around $3. Now, it may come back and go right through it, but hey, drive safe, Mr. Physical. Drive safe. You know I always got you, brother. It's the absolute least I could do, my man. And yes, drive safe. And if you need anything, hit me on here. I just seen after you came in here, I seen you called. I apologize. I got my ringer and everything off, or else it echoes through the stream like a madman. But I'm glad that you jumped in the chat, because I would have been worried that something non-stock related was going on. Glad it was what it was. CRISPR Therapeutics provides update on its ongoing phase 1 carbon trial of CTX110. Okay. CRISPR. All right, guys, it is 10:15. I've only got 2 dogs to let out today, so it shouldn't take me as long. There's no puppy down there. So I'm going to go do that real quick and leave you guys for just a quick second. If you haven't done so, guys, be sure to hit that like button. And if you haven't went and watched and liked the little video that we put out last night, just a very basic 2 or 3 minute video, nothing long, just kind of explaining, laying out the day, everything to expect throughout the week. and we're going to continue to make that a little bit more in depth. Originally, I was trying to put that out for the Patreon. Had to publish it to YouTube to send it there, so we just left it on YouTube. But yeah, worth giving us a like. All right, guys, I'll be back in just a few moments. All right, welcome back. Caesar, I've been trying to figure out if the song's echoing or that's how it really goes. I've been sitting here for 5 minutes trying to figure that out. I don't know. Anywho, welcome back. Welcome back. The Dow pushing up a little bit, up 0.55% now. The S&P up 0.3%, NASDAQ up 0.2%. There's the echo. Warner Bros. Discovery in a standoff with Netflix over licensing payments. Well, that should get interesting. Hold on 1 second. All right. 5,000 migrants crossed illegally into El Paso last night, making it the largest single group ever seen. Oof. Well, hopefully everybody's safe and all that good stuff. Hopefully the echo is gone. Should be. Should be. Let's revisit this bad boy one time before we get started. Tesla down 4.2%. Energy still cooking. Tech now, a lot of green throughout there. Healthcare seeing some red pop up. Financial turning red. Industrials starting to see some red. Then across that S&P top 10, you got Apple down 0.1%, Microsoft up 2%, Amazon down almost 1%, Tesla now down almost 4%, 171.94 on Tesla. Hit that low of 170.95. Google down 0.5%, Nvidia up 0.5%, Berkshire up less than 0.25%, Meta down almost 2%, and United Health up 0.75%. Let's see what Harp's doing. Could be starting there. Could be a little bull flag, a little Super Mario flag. Taken into custody and hundreds released to the city streets. I don't understand why they can't just figure out a way to expedite the system, make a system where immigrants can come in legally, and I don't know. I don't pretend to know. It's strange because I live right on a border, and it's kind of the complete opposite for obvious reasons, geographical things like that. But I can't. I don't know. It's tough for me to like visualize what a southern border's like when I live on a northern border. And granted, we have the luxury here, GTA, of having a giant waterfall and river that separates the countries. So, like in my area, all the places to get to Canada are from a bridge. Like we have 4 different bridges near me, so it's pretty easy to keep control on it. You know, you gotta leave one country and go onto a bridge, and then come off that bridge into the other country. So, same issue in the UK. Yeah, well, yeah. Randy, good morning, my friend. Well, and it's who do you blame? You can't blame the immigrants. You know, they're promised this stuff. It's not like they just come here and demand it and then we give it to them. It's a known thing, you know, and some of the attitudes that we have in the people that are in power that make statements like, well, we need these people to pick our fruit. stuff like that, shows what they really think of these people. But that's where I have the problem is immigrants, for as long as I could remember, are used as a political pawn year after year after year after year. And it's just crap. There's more than enough to go around. And I think most of those immigrants, sure, anytime you have groups of people, there's going to be bad people amongst them. That's a given. You can go to church and you're going to find bad people, and it doesn't matter where you are. But like those people would be grateful just for the opportunity to come here legally, work, pay taxes, lead a good life. That's all they want. These aren't, it's us that say no. Here's everything that you want. Our citizens are starving, can't pay their bills, but we'll gladly hand you, Yeah, no doubt about it, Billy Ray. No doubt about it. See what you can do, Randy. Come back in as I don't know, change your name to Beto. Tell him you're now Beto Stogner Sanchez. Stogner-Sanchez. You'll be good. Yep. You nailed it. You nailed it, Billy Ray. And this isn't a new issue. This isn't a this administration, that administration issue. It's always been an issue. Well, that's the worst part about it, GTA, is I 1000%, because I live in New York State, and because of my income being, not the highest on paper, as far as, and I'm open with you guys about what I do. I'm living out a dream on here, and I'm doing whatever I can on the side to make ends meet. But I could easily make a phone call and have a lot of stuff given to me by the New York State government. I won't. I would rather beg, steal, or borrow than do that. And it's not because I think that people that do it, I think any less of them. Now, if I really was unable to work, I would take advantage of it. But I'm a perfectly able body. If I'm not bringing in enough income, it's on me. It's not on the government to step in and help me out. And we'll probably never do that, Mullentine, until we all decide to take personal accountability for the products and services we use. Then there will be a window of opportunity to exploit people and the cash that flows. Yeah. I mean, just look at Nikes. How many of us probably are wearing Nikes right now or have a pair of Nikes? Do we care? Do we care what kind of labor they have? And what's scary, Billy Ray, is I talked earlier about China kind of forming this alliance with Saudi Arabia. That's not good for us. That's not good for us. And one of the underlying themes of this alliance is they're both critical about our criticism of the way they live. Now, I'm not saying that we have the right to criticize or this and that, but what they were talking about, and they said this, was the humanitarian side. We have labor laws. We don't look at child labor as a good thing. We don't look at building a stadium and countless number of migrant workers dying as a success. I'm not saying Western culture is the end all be all or is perfect, but things like that, yes, I'll always stand behind. And you have two countries that Saudi Arabia is now with us limiting our production of oil and things like that, we've put so much power back in the Saudis' hands. And if China wants to get cozy with them, move off the dollar trading with the petrodollar, I don't know where that goes. Junk Savvy on CBS's halftime report, final trades. Jason Snipe of Odyssey Capital Advisors said AutoZone delivered a nice print and the company's commercial business continues to grow. Yeah, and we talked about this, me and Adam, back at early in this year, about as we slipped into a recession, about places like that because of people having to fix their own vehicles, stuff like that. Maybe somebody that would, 2 years ago have had the money to bring their car to a mechanic. Now they're watching YouTube videos and trying to save some money. So it doesn't surprise me a whole lot there. And especially too, Junk Savvy, with so many people that make a living off of their car nowadays, whether it's Uber, DoorDash, things like that. So I would expect AutoZone to continue to flourish. Yeah, absolutely. Grumpy, it causes an issue in the landscaping business when people here illegally can give quotes that people like yourself can't even come close to because of employment regulations. Yeah, I was just talking about that the other day. We see, so this isn't an immigration thing, Grumpy, but it's kind of relevant. We've seen that in the food industry in my area. We've seen, the pandemic shut down any kind of diners, anything like that, gone. Pizzerias, when it comes to local restaurants, were pretty much, with the exception of a few things here or there, those were what survived. But now those are having trouble because people just said, screw it, I'll just open a restaurant out of my house. Like, sure, it's not regulated, it's not, they're not paying. So again, now they can offer prices that legit restaurants can't, and it doesn't seem like anybody cares. They advertise their stuff right on social media. I don't know. Well, I'll tell you what, Billy Ray, I never knew the corruption in soccer. Like I never, until I until I watched a game with Birdie and Kieran, and not just on their words, like we have it over here. We have it. GTA, it's like you said, Messi's kind of like the Steph Curry in soccer, but like I didn't realize that like referees lean so heavily. And we've always had it here. Certain players get certain calls, but I wouldn't think. I guess I was naive in thinking that on a global stage like that kind of alleged corruption would exist. That's true. So that we'll see how they treat Mr. Bankman Fried tomorrow. That should be good. Because what's going to be really funny is I hope someone calls her out. I hope somebody calls out Maxine Waters. Hopefully they play that clip of her blowing SBF a little kiss the last time he was down there. So that would be that would kind of be funny. Yeah, well, I guess too, GTA is one call. I mean, sometimes one call in a football game or a basketball game, can be very impactful. But typically we see those plays play out throughout the game. Where like soccer, it seems like one crazy call, like how they gave them that penalty kick. That from what, and again, I'm a layman at soccer, but from what people told me, that should not have been. And then like you see the other team do it just as bad, and they don't get the free kick. They get, or not the penalty kick. They just get the other kind. So it looks a little swayed. But then again, you know, Jordan was like that. He would get any call. Probably. I don't know enough about him. I don't know enough about either one to know which one's better. There's a lot of underlining truth to that statement, Billy Ray. If you think for a minute that Western culture hasn't been infiltrated by some bad actors that want to see our demise, I mean, it's laid out. If you look, what is it? Their plans for 2049, or I think it's 2049. There's some Chinese plans out there that it's written right into that, deteriorate the moral fiber of our society. And they've done that. They've done it. And, you know, I don't think it was as much work as they thought it was, as they thought it would be. Because we pretty much handled the grunt work ourselves. They just threw some divisive stuff out there and let us handle the rest. Because as soon as half the population has something that they can point their finger at the other half, progress stops and blame game starts. And that's where we've been stuck in for, like I said, go back and look, 2011, 2012, at the height of what could have been unifying. You look at what our country could have became. We had a black president. We had people on the left and people on the right fighting for the same things without even knowing it, in the form of the Tea Party and the Occupy movement. You had people that it was about to click. It was about to click. Both sides were about to say, wait a minute. There is we're onto something here. We're fighting the right enemy. And then they started throwing all those buzzwords around, all the divisive words. And here we are 10 years later, and they've just piled them on. They went ahead and just kept piling stuff on for us to fight about. Oh, someone is to blame. No doubt about it, Mr. Peterson. But where do we put that blame now? Do we have to first accept some of the blame ourselves, and before we ever find any kind of unity and have the power to blame the people that should be blamed? Yeah, I think that's a good point too, Billy Ray. And I think that term has gotten hijacked. That term liberal, it doesn't mean what it used to mean. It just doesn't. It's and I'm not saying that one side is better than the other. I think they're both corrupt. Two shoes of the same body. Just so what comes of this Artemis mission? It concludes with a splashdown of Orion capsule. So what, 50 billion we spent on this? What do we got? We got a couple printouts from some dummies that tell us what life in Mars is. David Bowie told us just fine. I want to see what comes out of this. I'm not seeing any mind-blowing data. And like, I'm all for exploring space and all that kind of stuff, but maybe when you got, homeless veterans out there, maybe put a couple of those billions, maybe put space patrol on hold a couple years. Just my thoughts, not financial advice. Unless you're an elected official out there, then you can take it like that. Very true, Lobo. Very true. Well, and it's too easy now because we live in a world where, you know what I mean, everybody's a talking head. News is always in our face, no matter where you're at. You know, even if you're on a social media site, if you're trying to do something to avoid the news, it's put in your face. And they're the ones that divide us. They're you know. I mean, I went most of my life not knowing or even caring how my friends voted, how really anybody voted outside of me. Like, and I still don't care in that sense, but now it's like that's how you're identified. You're either a this or you're a that. You can't just be somebody. And when you say you're in the middle, you get told that you're not. It's like, okay, well, I'm sorry. I disagree with a lot on both sides. You get that news all up in your face. You know what's up. I'll have to check that out. CBS, a TV show called Life on Mars. I forget her name in American Horror Story. She sang a great version of Life on Mars in the Freak Show one. Yeah, you could be right there. You could be right, Billy Ray. Problem is, it got to such a point that China is making moves on the moon. Those who invest now will be those that run the planet in the next phase. Yeah, I can get on board with that. I got some thoughts on space exploration and things like that. Not far out conspiracy theories. At the best, I think that NASA is still, and you know, we did cut a lot of funding for a while. A lot of it, maybe not the funding that came from us. Obviously, we went into the private sector with Elon, with Bezos now, what he's doing, which is fine. But I don't understand when they call something the private sector when all it means is instead of us paying the government to do it, we pay the government and then the government pays somebody else. So it's not like we're still not funding all of it, but Jessica Lang, yes, good call, Sabrina. Yep, the media sells it and you live the role. That's all. Hey, I like it. I like it, Billy Ray. It's got to start somewhere. Build-A-Bear starting somewhere with the media partners round out cast for Glisten and the Merry Mission. Okay. So, big news for BBW. Harp settling down around 227 here. Maybe some consolidating. Volume waning a little bit, but still on track for record volume on HARP. And that HTGM, we had a couple halts on that at the beginning of the day. Still up 153%, 138. K-West, that K-West Microsystems, up 6.5%. That still just boggles my mind. Weber is being bought out, I believe, in a $3.7 billion deal to take it private. Not a lot of wiggle room here. I would stay away from that. Not financial advice, but friendly advice. The buyout price is $8.05 a share. Weber currently at $8.03 a share. So not a long-lived IPO. I believe it was last August, I think, when they went public. if I'm right. Look at that, August 5th of last year. So not a whole long reign in the public spotlight, but getting bought out at a premium before the day started, almost a 25% premium. Got to be happy with that if you're a Weber holder. I like that, Lobo. Sore throat, but having a safety meeting because your mama ain't raised no quitter. No, she didn't. And that's becoming harder and harder to do, Mr. Peterson, unless you are able to differentiate propaganda for true objective journalism. That's tough, and I think a lot of us would like to say that we can. You know I have some news sources that I go to that I put a lot of trust in. That's not to say that can't be propaganda. What is it? Propagandized? Is that the word? Not to say that any of those people. It's tough, but like when you see that one meme, well, it's not really a meme. It's a video of like when you see so many talking heads, so many newscasters on every level throughout the country just repeating the same exact thing word for word, and they play it all, and that's the problem. And maybe it's always been like that. Maybe, when you're younger, you just have that false sense that journalists really are telling you the news. They are informing you about what's going on, and there's not a motive behind it. Maybe it was always like that. I don't know. I'll vote for Billy Ray Mullentine, no doubt about it. I'll claim residency. I'll sleep in Germ Corp's garage for 6 months if I got to. Don't make me. Don't threaten me with a good time, Mr. Mullentine. You think that? So are you thinking Tom Cruise is going to be like appointed the almighty? He's going to be like Scientology will start picking up again, right? If we get to the moon and they find like a I don't know, something that was in one of L. Ron Hubbard's books or something, I could see Scientology making a run, trying to get into that top 5. They're probably already in the top 5 religions, I would think, probably as far as net worth. Vote none of the above, yeah. Well, Richard Pryor laid out exactly the blueprint for how to shake things up the legal way without any kind of violence or anything. Vote for none of the above. I've noticed that too, Sabrina, that RAYA IPO, because it still comes up on my mobile Weeble app every morning. USEA taking a hit now, down 9.5%, 376 on USEA. What that market doing? So, with the exception of the Dow being a little bit greener, we're basically back to where we started the day. NASDAQ just slightly in the green. The S&P up about 0.25%. Yeah, I think there's been a lot of pre-programming for that, Germ Corp. A lot of pre-programming. Grilled cheese is, I think, one of the biggest cheese propaganda tools. Everybody loves grilled cheese. What's not to love? So when we move off the gold standard and start trading in Cosmic Swiss, you guys will know what it's all about. You've been warned. Wasn't BIAF? Yeah, that was already there. Bioaffinity Tech. So is that the Bullfrog AI BFRG? And that still hasn't gone live? Oh. Harp on the move again. 270. So Harp maybe forming a little cup and handle here. Up to 273. We hit the high at 291 earlier. So Martin Apollo, if you're still out there, you should be up. I think you said you jumped in at 175. Up now, fighting at 270, but starting to get some volume coming back in. BFAI. Okay. It does show both of those tickers. What's funny is the BFAI has a price. BFRG doesn't, though. They're both listed as upcoming IPOs, Bree. Strange. Harp on the breakout, on the move. Tennis is physical. Keep an eye. 296. Martin Apollo, we're hitting that $3 mark. Oh, winter storm warning just came up on my phone too. Let's go. 287. So the new high on Harpoon Therapeutics, 297. Sitting at 286 now. Oh, BFAI went live on September 1st. Yeah, it doesn't show me like this. It doesn't show me any data for BFAI, but it shows me a price, free float, and the outstanding shares. But then BFRG, yeah, I don't know. I don't trust some of these wonky IPOs. Yeah. Is that going on right now, Billy Ray? SBF with Unusual Whales. Where are they at? On Twitter? In the Twitter space? What's up, Grant? Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Wait, you're in a Twitter space with Nancy Pelosi and HBK? Okay. Hold on. I gotta check this out. Let me put you guys on hold for just a second. Yeah, I caught the tail end of it. I'm sorry, guys. I wasn't prepared for that. I was gonna bring it in with just the audio on my phone, but it. Come on. But I am gonna have to set that up because that's becoming a good place for public discussions. Those Twitter Spaces, and you see a lot of real journalists and stuff in there. But yeah, they were. As soon as they put him on blast, it seemed like as soon as they asked like a real right to the point question. No, don't say sorry. I appreciate you alerting me. I think this is just the start. That's one thing, for right or wrong. I think, to quote Elon, Twitter is alive right now. I think it's going to be a shit show for a while, but I think it has to be. I think it has to be for a while. I think there has to be tough discussions on everything. When it comes to FTX, you know me, I like to look at the sugar-coated version of stuff. And maybe at the FTX debacle is a unifying catalyst that we need. If this thing affects what some people think that it could, where we're not just talking, people that had coins in FTX or people that, no, we're talking about ripples throughout the stock market, throughout the crypto market, throughout the commodities market. If this thing is as big as it is and they can't cover it up and they can't backtrack, so maybe with censorship being out the window right now at Twitter, people can have like I said, I don't think they're all going to be pretty. I think there's going to be probably heated discussions, uncomfortable situations, but that's necessary. Well, that's why I say, Billy Ray, maybe this is something that whatever way you look politically, or I think that you can see that this is corruption at a higher level, and maybe it'll bring something, especially if people see some of the things. Okay, he was obviously donating to politicians that he thought he could sway regulation on both sides of the aisle. That right there should be eye-opening enough to some people to say, oh wait, maybe my party isn't squeaky clean. That's a start. It would be a start if people start looking at their own parties and hold them accountable, just even based on this. Okay, it's easy if you find out that they donated to a certain party to say, well, they should give the money back, they should do this, they should do that. Well, have that same power when you find out that people on the other side got donated money too. They're all corrupt. HTGM halted upside 142. HTGM. Thank you, CBS. Wow. I don't even think that I heard about that, Sabrina. Maybe I had my head in the sand. TRP. Traders expressed worry Monday about how long Canada's TC Energy Corp's cleanup efforts would take in order to restart Keystone Oil Pipeline after more than 14,000 barrels leaked last week. Largest U.S. crude oil spill in a decade. Never even crossed my headlines. That's a shame. Disney price target cut to $115 a share from $125 by Morgan Stanley, currently at $94.15. Good morning, my lady. Happy Monday. Hope you're having a fantastic Monday. Hope my good friend Mr. Business is as well. Hopefully you guys got some okay weather. Hopefully you haven't been hit with the snow yet. We were supposed to get some yesterday, but it turned into rain, and never really got. How about that Harpoon Therapeutics? Wowzers. Tennis is physical. You got an APB out, brother. 335. We're halfway to that $6 mark. Martin Apollo, where you at? 335, halted to the upside on Harpoon Therapeutics. And HTGM still halted as well. We'll keep an eye on these two coming out of that. There's some good news. The market's pushing up. The Dow up 0.8% now. S&P climbing almost up 0.5%. NASDAQ up 1/3. Okay, we're moving. Oh, yes, that's correct. Nunez in sunny Florida. Lucky him. Well, at least it's not, at least you're not in snowy weather. So, good stuff. Playtika lays off several hundred employees. Nothing new there. So that's all going to come into play when Jay Powell talks. You know, these unemployment numbers, when they continue to tell us that we're at 50-year unemployment lows, we're at record low unemployment numbers. How? Tell me how. When every company, you know, there's not a company with over 100 employees that you could find on this little computer of mine that hasn't laid off people. When we come out of this, Martin, I mean, maybe a little bit at like 409. But you got some smooth sailing. I mean, I know you're looking for a quicker fix. Tennis is looking to it, looking for 6. I know he's not looking for overnight, but I don't know, Martin. I think 470 is doable. I think 470 is doable, but again, and I know you hate me saying this, and I know I'm not much of a help when I say this, Martin. I just don't like to put when you have something that's traded. Okay, we've now traded, Martin. Let's see, 25 or no. 5 times 52, 250 times the 250 times the normal volume on this over the last 90 days. 250 times. So if you go back and look, I believe it was Summit that traded that same way. Or maybe it was Armed. No, it was Summit. Yeah, it was that first day with Summit. When their average, they had like a 400,000 daily average. So in those kind of situations, Martin, I think the market sentiment holds more weight than just that support and resistance, because you're going to get sell-offs. These aren't people. You don't trade 90 million times or 65 million times with the intent to hold this thing long term. You know what I mean? These are day traders having a great time with it. So we are unhalted on both coming down a little bit. HTGM at 140, Harp at 314. And again, 2.5 million trades coming off that halt. So there's interest is there. It's not going down. HTGM pushing back up 145 now on HTGM. Climate change, Billy Ray, get with the program. So seeing a bit of a sell-off on HARP. See if it holds this $3 level. 303 just broke 299. And HTGM falling under that 140 mark, 139. It is 11:17. We got 43 minutes before trader lunch. Market still holding green. Not all bad news. I don't think this is anything we should get too excited for with the storm that's coming ahead. And hey, maybe Jay Powell surprises us. Maybe CPI numbers surprise us. Maybe Congress surprises us and does something. I don't expect there to be a market reaction from tomorrow's testimony, but I think it'll still be very beneficial to watch it to see where this is going to go. We know how these hearings are. A lot of talk, a little bit of action, if any. Don't know why the heist isn't working. Is none of that working? All right. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't realize none of that was working. Crypto's on sale will be the market reaction. Well, who do you think it bodes? Like, I don't think. Do you think it affects Bitcoin all that much? I mean, obviously, anything that moves crypto goes through Bitcoin. But does this show a failure? I mean, I could see this attacking stable coins, things like that. But does anything that happened with FTX, could it be, I don't want to say linked to Bitcoin, but could it be negative for Bitcoin? I don't see the connection, but I'm a crypto novice, so, but I can see, like I said, I could see anything that happens with cryptocurrency affecting Bitcoin. Yeah, that's what I think too. I mean, you still may see some fear of Bitcoin GTA, just that people that maybe didn't invest in it before, maybe now won't invest in it, just, because they probably assume, like, well, because most people aren't going to look into this if they weren't affected. For us, this is a big deal. Like, I think this is one of the biggest stories of the year, but if you're not in the financial world, it's not being talked about on regular, and I'm not saying that the media is ignoring it, because, CNBC covers it, Fox Business, they cover it. But as far as the bigger implications, I don't think it's really being put out there like that. Yeah, I get that end of it, GTA. I have to wonder when it's like if somebody can put a backdoor into um into a blockchain, what makes blockchains safer than anything else that you could put a backdoor in? If that's where I'm confused about it relating to other cryptos. Like I get, you know, um, the safety of it. He essentially confirmed it was a Ponzi scheme in terms of utilization of client funds. Yeah, that's my understanding. Is it's not it's that they were taking your money and doing completely other stuff with it and replacing it. I thought that's how he was that I thought that's how SBF was doing it. Again, this is stuff that I've either read or been told. I'm not verifying any of it. So what was the channel that he was able to get clients' funds that he shouldn't have been able to? Wow. Let me see if that's I don't know, Bratney. I don't see anything over 26 is the highest. It's the highest strike price I see on AMC. But why did it take? Okay, so I can understand that he legally wasn't supposed to leverage their funds and didn't say that's what he was doing, but did that anyway, which is the craziest thing about blockchain. That's where okay, so then like that's where I get confused. Is A, how they weren't able to notice that, and then B, how the money is still not there, like, and how the data isn't there. So like Kevin O'Leary, that's his thing. He said he could care less if this kid's telling the truth or lying. It doesn't matter. He's going to find out when he has access to the data, which right now he doesn't have the access to. Interesting, Daniel. Yeah, that was for what? December 16th. Yeah, it's only showing up to 26 for me. Strange, but that, that could be an exchange thing. Daniel, I have to say, I'm not 100% sure on that. I am sure Ape's up 10% though, 84.83 cents, Enzo liking puts to 392. GameStop up about 0.5% at 22.70. I'll have to dive into that. Appreciate that, Billy Ray. Do you think that the tokenized shares are going to even be mentioned to Congress tomorrow? You think that that'll even be brought up, or that that'll be a no topic? So that was just people not doing their due diligence, GTA. Tiny Boxes. What's up, Tiny? I hope you had a fantastic weekend there, Ms. Boxes. Yes, Ape up 12.25% now. And okay, so question for you guys. Now you remember the earnings call with Adam Aaron, right? Where he what was the number that he said he sold already? Was it just a couple million, maybe 10 million, 20 million, 25 million? Where he said he sold more Ape. He said that they did it very methodically so that they wouldn't crash the stock. But my question is, why do those still not appear in the float? So if he sold, so 516.82, right? The same float, the same shares outstanding as AMC, which is exactly what it should be. How come those additional shares haven't been added to the float yet? Oh, you did the Sweet 16 thing and now you're exhausted? Well, I'm sure. And now you're the mom of a 16-year-old, so prepare to hold on to that exhausted feeling for the rest of your life, Tiny. Congrats. You made it. Yeah, I never thought that the actual crypto itself was in danger, GTA. I just have to wonder the sentiment towards crypto. You know, and for younger people, I don't think this changes anything. And for people that maybe were never going to invest in crypto anyways, I think this is probably solidifies them staying away from it. Now, you know, that image can be fixed. To bring it back to Kevin O'Leary, he's a perfect example of a guy that was very against crypto, wanted nothing to do with it, and changed his tune over the years. So yeah, U.S. prosecutors consider charging Binance and executives for possible money laundering sanctions violations per Reuters. Well, we should have known when BlackRock took such a big stake in Coinbase that it would be at least a slowdown for some of Coinbase's competitors, in my opinion. Juicy announces second closing of debt financing with an additional $3 million of proceeds for a total of $72 million. Oh, PBF Energy sets $500 million stock buyback. Nice. Well, yeah, that's probably where we're headed, GTA. Any movement of USD into a better method will be illegal soon. I don't know if it, do you think that they'll make it illegal, or will they make it such a hassle that it's not worth doing. And again, maybe we get some clues as to how the regulation is leaning tomorrow, right? Because this isn't going to. We know how Congress acts. They're going to be acting about what can we do to protect you guys from this happening again. It won't be about let's make the people that did this accountable, and also at the same time make it so it doesn't happen again. It'll be a kangaroo type court. And ape just continuing. No need to even turn nothing else on. Ape up 15% now. 88.6 cents on ape. See if we can get some of that carried over to AMC. What do you say? AMC down 2% at 582. GameStop up 0.75%, 22.79. I actually do GTA, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm an old man, and the way I look at that, GTA is much as much of a value as was added to Bitcoin. Who got rich off of Bitcoin? Who got rich guaranteed off of Bitcoin? Was it the people that were buying Bitcoin, holding it, and then selling it? Was it the traders? No, it was the exchanges. That's a license to print money. You got, that's like, it's like payment for order flow mixed with traditional paying for trades, all rolled in one with zero regulation over it on everything. Like, you buy Bitcoin, you got to pay gas on this and a transfer fee here, and you got to do this, you got to do something over here. By the time it's all said and done, and I learned this last year, I was buying Bitcoin and giving it out, with contests and stuff. And it's like, man, you're clipping me for like 3-4% to send this Bitcoin to another person, when I thought that's what this was supposed to prevent. I thought that was the purpose of it, was so that I'm not paying banking fees and stuff. When I'm paying more than that, though, how's that work? Plus, if they really want to outlaw it, I think they would probably not go with illegal, because they know people are going to find ways to do it like that. If they make it difficult, then they hide behind that premise of, we're implying all these regulations on it to protect you. You know what I mean? So the reality of it is one thing, GTA, like you said, and then the way that people would perceive it, I think, would be something completely different. But we'll see. I mean, it's coming one way or another, and there's still a lot of people that think that they'll use all this to roll out a digital dollar, which the Fed's been beta testing already. So China files dispute at World Trade Organization against U.S. chip export curbs. So the fact that we weren't importing, or we weren't exporting to China, cutting them off from some stuff, playing kind of their own game at them. Yeah, but this is the weird part, though, now, GTA, because now you have so a year ago, right? A year ago, it was fear. Like we were, and when I say we, GTA, I don't mean you or me. I just mean in general. We were worried about regulation, right? That was going to be, that was kind of the thing. Well, what's going to happen with crypto once now you have those same people that are pleading for regulation. So when you go to the government saying, can you please fix this for us? We need regulation. How do you think that ends up? How do you think that shakes out? You know what I mean? That's what's tough is now we've gone from fearing regulation. We went right through the phase of HBK trying to sway regulation. So our regulation was in the hands of some dipshit kid that, you know, thought that he could play hot shot and buy politicians off and get whatever. And now we're at the point where now we're going to them asking for regulation. So it's weird. And I think they're on exchanges and things like that. Sure, there needs to be regulation. Why wouldn't there be? I'm not saying I don't like the government in my pocket. I don't, you know, but there are certain things that need to be regulated. Like, you know, I'm not anti-government by any means. I don't think that we need to abolish it or anything and just leave it. Like, there's a lot of things that do need regulation on them, but it's about fair and transparent regulation. And I think we're at a very big crossroads as far as if digital currency, whether in the form of crypto, whether in whatever it is going to be the future. This is going to be the groundwork that's laid for that financial future. The same groundwork that was laid for the financial system that we have right now. We're almost resetting it, and it's in its infancy. So it's up to us, the voters, to keep tabs on how they're proceeding with this. Fear and swaying and embracing the American way. I like it. I like it, GTA. All right, 11:38. We got 22 minutes before trader lunch. And the Dow up 0.75%, S&P right near that 0.5% gain, NASDAQ up 0.2%. Well, that, you know, that again, Lobo, that should be eye-opening to anybody on any side of the aisle, whether you're involved in crypto or not. Like the fact that kid, do you think that the regulation that Bankman-Fried was trying to lobby for, do you think that was regulation that would help you or me or any kind of consumer, judging by his track record, what he was doing? Do you think the regulation, had there not been a collapse, okay, let's say this never got exposed. Let's just say that the millions that he donated, you know, just went unnoticed, because they did until things went bad. How do you think that regulation would have played out? Do you think that would have been regulation that we would feel better about, or do you think that would have been regulation that took what he just did illegally and made it so that that's legal? I can't see him spending millions of dollars to get regulation to prevent him from stealing millions of dollars. That's just the way I see it. Oh, we got housekeeping here. Housekeeping. You want me to fluff pillow?
Housekeeping. Hello.
I can't do the high voice. I got a scratchy throat.
Good morning, guys. How's everything?
Everything is gravy. Everything is gravy.
Beautiful, beautiful. I am from Saskatchewan.
How's everything with you? Boy, all good? Everything good?
Yeah. We're figuring it out. Everything's good. What was the big move in the market to the downside right off a rip? Just nothing?
No.
Then you'd be interested to see how I've been playing this, this is the 30-minute chart on Carvana, which is suspiciously perfect. and I'm
Yeah, it's
waiting.
because they got ATMs in Singapore now.
Hey, good for them. They're about to get
Ace said they got
dropped.
Carvana, those or not ATMs, Carvana vending machines.
Oh, do they? Yeah, I got a gumball machine from 1962. That doesn't make it any different. What's going on, Jerm? How's my mic today?
Much better. Well, on my end, yes. Let us know in the chat if that's it sounds 1,000,000% better on my end.
So I'm looking at that Carvana to stop basically 516 here.
Martin, I know you've been chomping at the bit for Enzo to get here and look at that harp. I'm sure he will for you.
Harp?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Thanks, Brina.
This thing's ugly. I'm
gonna pee real quick while you look at that.
Yep.
Give me 1 second.
$375 probably if it doesn't get smacked right there at the 320 like it did. You're looking for support over 390 or 290 right now. So you need to crawl back up to 290. But 284 right there where you got rejected the first time. We punctured through this time on the daily. You're going to be looking for the break of 287 to the upside. And then let's say 318-ish. If you're 318, you're probably going to go and resurface somewhere 4 plus. Yep, I'm checking harp now. Mic sounds perfect. Thank you, love. Thank you, Tiny. Yeah, I'm looking for. You'd probably be safer to go and give this a second and see if you can short this back off of the 305 area. Because if this does decide to run, what's more than likely going to happen is it's going to let it run and get smacked right here at like 375 or so. I don't see it breaking 340 and 344 unless it gets some huge type of news. Tesla's giving me a trend onto the bottom here. Hopefully we can hold that. But I have Tesla both ways. I'm a little bisexual on Tesla today. Enzo, do you think this buy is going to consolidate for another leg up? I think we're going down. I think they're going to go and turn this support into resistance that we were dealing with yesterday. We just absolutely catapulted ourselves through. It wants to kind of give us a double bottom here. However, we punctured the bottom. We didn't get that candle to close up either. I do understand that, we reconnected back over. I still don't care. You still showed weakness for a little bit here. And I think that that's probably going to have a hard time going through right here at the, what is this? This double bottom red candle from yesterday or from Monday. So let's call it, what is this? The low, 395.16. That's probably what we're having problem with right now, right? Yeah, 395.16. So pretty much anything above this, I would be taking short. I wouldn't be taking this much of a stop, but let's call it. I'd take a 35 candle, but I mean, when you're playing with the SPY, it's gonna let you know pretty quick. Apple having a hard time at VWAP, still getting over it, but definitely showing some weakness. Yeah, that heart bothers me. Nvidia is doing the boof. 30-minute. We're looking extra light here. This looks like it just could wrap back against us. No question in my mind. There you go. See that Apple right here having a hard time at VWAP. Right here, same thing on Apple or on Tesla. You're looking at the 5-minute. You're having some downside here. I don't want to see support, because if I see support at 142.05 right here, that looks like support at 171 coming on Tesla at the exact same time. So that's scary to me. Smack, please. Because Nvidia, AMD doing kind of the same thing. Still having a problem getting up over this original bottom 69.40 on AMD. But I'm pretty much short market right now, because I think they're going to just try to rip this back up to the upside at any given point just to come retest these areas. And I'm more bearish than I am bullish in this case. So I'd rather just hedge my position. Okay. This is a trend that I'm looking at on the SPY here. Taking the top of these green wicks. We broke up and punctured to the top side. It looks kind of just fake to me, considering that these two are still having issues. And the IWM has been running all morning. So overall market, NASDAQ. Looks like we're having trouble getting back over the 11,040. Where are you at?
Who, me?
Yeah, it said I don't know. But I'm playing. Yeah, I was wondering what you were playing.
Just watching.
You know, just being a little voyeur.
Yeah.
Fire.
Yeah.
I'm still looking over and over and over again at this $11,006 on the NASDAQ. If we fall through there, man, like, we're looking to go fill this gap real smooth, like 1040, or I'm sorry, 10,400. Look right here on Tesla's coming through the downside of its little trend or little green wick bottom that it tried to make. But we are at support here on the SPY, so be careful. I've been playing a spread off the SPY all morning. Apple's showing some weakness, but Apple's also racing back to its support. This would be a regain of that trend line on a 15-minute. So I'm not really concerned about it. If you would go to a 30-minute, you almost wouldn't even notice. So that's what I'm looking for to hold. But if it does not hold, this is going to continue. We're looking for the support touch on the SPY right here. Can I get a, oh, yeah?
So do you think the SPY is consolidating for another leg up today, or will it break down? You think it'll break down?
I think we're breaking down below the 349.
394.
394, yes, sir. And I would like to do it because of these touches right here. I mean, if you want to go look at an hour, look at the hourly chart take off and then immediately get just absolutely relaxed back in its chair over that 402 area. Now we came back to that the 398 area and then got rejected once again. This is what we have. Like, if you can see this yellow line right here, I know it's difficult, but this yellow line right here is every time this thing wants to go above it, it immediately comes screaming back. And I mean, screaming back. So I'm looking for this to go. And because we just punctured this, I'm looking for this to not puncture as high and go back up here. I'm looking for it to stop right here because I think everybody assumes that we're going to go back to like 395.80. I think we're immediately going to get shot back to somewhere around here. If not, just go stall out at 394. Tesla's breaking to the downside out of that little pattern. NASDAQ is trying, but not succeeding over that 50 EMA. Right here, you in the little 5-minute chart, you had a little breakup on the NASDAQ. It's trying to come down for some support here. Please move, thank you. I'm just trying to get these perfect. So right here, you have a break over. You have a break over this trend line, and now it's giving it back. So you're going to watch this probably do about the same thing on a 30-minute chart, or this is an hour chart, but you can probably see this do the same thing on a 30. And it is not liking that. $395.54, and then I'm still shorting it off that.
All right.
Man, it doesn't. Apple doesn't want that 142.14. Tesla coming back and trying to hold a little bit here, but I don't know if that's going to be the case there, Chief.
No.
Apple actually giving back the 142 here. That's very psychological. Amazon down at $88. Oh, touch me. NVIDIA, Microsoft, AMD. I sent those into the chat earlier. You remember that?
Vaguely.
They're the only things that are green. They're also the only things sitting here with the SPY. The only things green right now are NVIDIA, DocuSign, which is a funny one, Disney, which made a huge burst to the upside and then gave it back. IWM's doing kind of the same thing here. Staying over that 180, but trying like hell, still getting rejected though from the overall 180.18. If the IWM wants to get rejected over the, which is the Russell 2000, if you're going to get rejected here again, that is a problem. We keep getting rejected. 180, 28, right? Right there. It does not like that area. So I'm going to watch this candle go right back. There's
Bitcoin
Apple.
back over that 17,000, barely.
Oh, yeah.
Making moves.
Digital currencies taking over the world. Yes, girl.
Till Congress starts talking tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Yeah, the Congress people are kind of like, I don't know, kind of suck. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, it's going to be a bunch of nonsense. It's going to be a bunch of people that don't quite understand what exactly happened, and will probably culminate in being a giant waste of time, but we're going to watch it anyways.
It'll make for good content.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm looking for Bitcoin to break down and out of here. I think it has a more likelihood of, since it got rejected right here, the 12th. Oh, excuse me, at midnight this morning. 20 minutes after.
Exactly like Dick's Sporting Goods, Billy Ray. Exactly like it.
Dick's Sporting Goods is
should be down today. BBW was rising earlier. Usually when that rises, Dick's is usually on a decline.
BBW?
Yeah.
That's not a stock ticker.
Yeah, Build-A-Bear Workshop.
No shot. I forgot.
Oh, they're down. They're down 2% today, so Dick's may be up. They usually trade inverse.
Why do you know that? What a very odd correlation.
Dick's is up 1%. BBW down 2%. Yeah, I thought that was common knowledge.
Yeah, I want PDD to go hammer. I'm looking for it up near the like $100 mark.
Couldn't tell you, CVS. Couldn't tell you. But they got so correlated with each other. And that's the only reason I noticed it, is because a certain somebody used to always talk about them. So they would always be in correlation. And I noticed one would always be red, one would always be green. USEA coming off that bottom. Man, that fell all the way to 361, back above 390 now. Cosmos down at 32.99. Carvana holding above that $5 mark. Summit Therapeutics down 10%. Up Health down 14%. BXRX down 28%. So these were all runners last week. All double-digit losers today.
I'm looking at PDD.
Duo. Sold a put, CBS Frogs? Are you just looking to pick up some premium, hopefully? I've never sold a put before, I have to say. I've sold covered calls. Anyone know anything about Weaver Grow coin? I heard it's unbelievable, Billy Ray.
Seriously?
I don't know nothing about it. Weaver Grow? I don't know anything about that one, Mr. Millionaire. Harp all the way down now at 222.
I'm long on PDD.
Long on Pinduo.
Can I get a double top right here? One time for the one time or what?
Right. Evergrow. No. Was that the Chinese one that came out and ran like 200%? I want to say over a year ago. It was supposed to be. I remember China had a green solution to cryptocurrency. I forget what it was. It might not have been Evergrow, but it was something like that. SBF was just asked if AMC, GME, BBBY tokenized stocks were backed 1-to-1 by actual shares, and he responded with, to my knowledge, yes, they were. So where did they get the 4 quadrillion shares or whatever it is, Billy Ray, is what I'm wondering then. WeGrow was the school the wife of the WeWork guys set up with WeWork money and then failed. Well, the key, Billy Ray, is are they going to ask him that same question when he's under oath tomorrow? Evergrow is a deflationary token designed to become more scarce over time through regular burn. All holders of EGC will earn 8% reward from every buy, transfer, sell transaction in BUSD. Yeah, I wouldn't trust that, Billy Ray. That's just me personally. I'm not saying that it's not legit and all of that. I feel like that's the problem, where those kind of numbers, where you start getting into rewards, you start paying out stuff, they make promises that I feel are like too big to be sustained. And now again, maybe that's not. Maybe there is something that people could put money in. They'll become less of it while becoming more money, and then they'll give you a fee on top of it. To me, it usually sounds too good to be true. And again, that's not to say that it is. I just look at some of these crypto payment programs as that means that they think that they can get more than 8% by using my money while it's in there. That's what that tells me, and I could be way off on that, but it's back to that. It's back to like HBK living that Dire Straits song, Billy Ray, money for nothing and the chicks for free. It seems like on all these, it seems like, oh, we're going to burn tokens and you're going to make money and we're going to pay you, and then there's going to be less, and then again, I'm not trying to be FUD, man. Billy Ray, I just think a lot of people that are in my situation think the same way right now, just because of all the crap with Voyager, with FTX, stuff like that. I could be wrong, and that's the worst part, Billy Ray, is that I'm sure that there's a lot of these that are 100% legit, doing the right things, making people money, setting up ecosystems that really work. But one bad 20-something-year-old apple ruined the bunch for at least right now, until we get some stuff cleared out or cleared up. 1206. 5 minutes into Trader Lunch. Oh, it probably is too, Billy Ray. It probably is. And if you think for a minute that there's not people watching his responses right now and then telling him tonight, hey, yeah, you can't say what you said out there. You can't say that in front of Congress. I think what they'll really work on, do we know where he grew up? Because he'll have to touch on that. He'll have to thank the people for what a privilege it is to be there today and how amazing that question is and how it reminds him of a young boy. And he looks like he grew up in probably like Connecticut, something like that.
San Francisco.
Yeah, San Francisco. I could definitely see that. So he'll have to bring that up a few stutters, and you're 2.5 minutes into the 5-minute segment already.
Right.
I want them to let Kevin O'Leary grill him. That's what they need to like make that possible, because that's who needs to be questioning who. Because you're gonna have a bunch of people that don't know what they're talking about questioning. So it says here, Mr. Bankman-Fried, you're dealing in the FTX tokens now, are you? So Mr. Bankman-Fried, explain to us here on the Congress. Can you tell us what the FTX token is, Mr. Fried? That's gonna be, the majority of it. They won't have their homework because they, especially any that are outgoing, that are just filling time at this point, that don't have a job in a couple weeks. Oh, Rich Town, Privilege, Tennessee. That's right up the street from the corner of I don't even know.
On the corner of Blow Me with your.
So Mr. Bankman-Fried, let me get this straight now, Mr. Bankman-Fried. So now they give you the money, Mr. Bankman-Fried, and then you in turn turn this into these FTX tokens, is it, Mr. Fried?
I do.
Funny world we live in. That is a real place, as a matter of fact, GTA.
So sketchy dude.
Hello, ladies. Yeah, they should just ban it. You shouldn't be able to thank the congressman for asking you a question. It's not a privilege that you robbed people of billions of dollars and now have to testify in front of Congress. You shouldn't, but they're going to treat him like he's doing us a favor. They're both going to treat each other like they're all doing us a favor. Us as the viewers, us as the taxpayers, us the ones that are funding this kangaroo court. We're going to be made to, we should be happy. Sam Bankman-Fried took time out of his day to testify to Congress.
Oh,
Congress
thank you,
took
sir.
time out of their day to do their job. With only 12 days before Christmas to get Congress doing something, I mean, I think a bonus is in order.
Oh, absolutely. Get him a brand new John Deere, I'll swear to God. The best investments in America made, obviously.
His answer to that, Billy Ray, when they ask him, so you bought yourself multiple $1-million properties, held in exotic shell companies. We seen today he owes Margaritaville, and I was at that Margaritaville in the Bahamas.
Jamaica?
No, the one in the Bahamas. He owes him 55 large.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, that's a lot though. For guys like him, that 55 grand, man. That's Warren Buffett's mess around money. He needs some walking around money. So he robbed Warren Buffett. So what he's gonna say is he's gonna flip it and he's gonna say, That's why I was donating millions and millions of dollars to politicians, because I wanted to get regulation that would prevent me from being able to ever do this again.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I hope at some point tomorrow someone pleads the fifth. How about Elon Musk getting booed? You see Chappelle bring him up on stage and Elon get booed for a few minutes straight?
No,
Yeah, they didn't like him.
I don't know. I just went long in AMC again like a complete moron.
That's why he's so rich, CBS. Warren Buffett gets his breakfast at McDonald's every day. Yeah. Yeah. I guarantee he abuses that senior discount too. And probably looks like the type that would abuse the give a penny, take a penny thing.
Right. I feel like he would I feel like in the back of his limo, he'd be doing something weird to a McGriddle.
I feel like he'd ask for extra ketchup and take a couple packets home with him when he really didn't need the extra ketchup.
That's rude. That's awful.
Yeah. Hey, that's how you get to Warren Buffett status. You build habits of being chintzy.
MMTLP. Can I get a home? Yeah. Can I get a home? Yeah.
What's going on with that? Yes, John Bird, a former CEO of Torchlight, will be on Charles Payne to discuss the situation. That is a wild situation. Hoping that everything gets exposed. So the 165 million shares that are being transferred to NextBridge, is it? Those are already accounted for. And then there's roughly 200 and something million others that need to be accounted for. So
look at that,
it's going to get wild.
Right, look at that. London Stock Exchange to partner with Microsoft for some cloud infrastructure. Hey, just hand them the market, dude. Just give it to
them. Sabrina, perfect example of manipulation by the media. I too seen that where it didn't say where group wasn't exchange. So it basically said that Microsoft was investing in the London Stock Exchange. A little bit of a misleading title. I caught that earlier. It's just like when they left out, when it says Microsoft offering to Call of Duty to Sony for 10 years. It didn't have the original article didn't have if the deal is to go through. So they do that.
What did you see, Billy Ray Cyrus? What's up, baby? How's your mullet doing, babe? You get that good trim on there?
Yeah, he'll sing it. Don't play that song, that achy breaky song.
The
most annoying song I know.
No, I thought we were going with Don't You Turn Around.
And if you play that song, that achy breaky song, I might blow up my radio. Ooh.
Yeah, might just blow myself up.
Hey, listen, if it was never for that guy, you wouldn't have those Miley Cyrus posters you got.
Dude, don't you be talking crazy about
Hey, if it wasn't for Billy Ray, we wouldn't have no Hannah Montanas.
Right, because he had to do the genetics. I'm in there like swimmer right now. I gotta be honest with you.
All right, well, it's 12:15. I'm gonna go get some lunch. Achy Breaky too. They did not remix that song. Please tell me that. 2 versions were enough. Achy Breaky Heart and Achy Breaky Song. That was good enough. Yes, that's exactly what the story was this morning, that they were buying 3 or 4% of the London Stock Exchange. That was the way that it was put out. Like I said, it didn't, and that's a good catch on Sabrina's part. And it's just another little example of it gets done purposefully. And you have to remember when you're looking up stock news, especially, a lot of us use platforms and things like that for our news. look at those things like they're ads. It's an ad to make you do something.
I just use my noodle.
Or that. Yeah, Ross Sorkin said that this morning. Sabrina, I caught that when he said FTX was trying to block a deal. I think headlines came out with that too. I mean, he just slipped up. I'll give him credit. He's a pretty intelligent guy, and he had just been talking about FTX. But yeah. Well, I don't think it was sketch, Daniel. I think what it was I think there's a big there's a big difference between them buying into the group and them taking partial ownership of an actual stock exchange. You see what I'm saying? How it was kind of misconstrued, and it didn't, when you dig into it, it's an obvious deal. Like, it's not something that like I don't know what they were trying to hide. I don't know if they were trying to just get a pump by putting that in there. And I mean, there is always the chance that it was just human error or something, but it seems to happen way too frequently to just call it coincidence. But nonetheless, it is lunchtime. So I encourage you guys to get some food in your bellies and things like that. I'm going to do the same. And I'll be back here for Power Hour.
Yes, sir. Sorry I was late.
Oh, you didn't miss much. I knew this was going to be a slow day going into tomorrow, the calm before the storm.
Yeah. Still doesn't want over that 350 or 395.50, and it got rejected from the 80 one more time. So 395.50.
All right, I'm going to get. I gotta go throw some laundry in. Do that kind of fun stuff, and we will talk to you guys in a little bit.
Yes, sir.
All right. Welcome back, guys, for Power Hour. Markets running. We got the Dow Jones up over 1%. The S&P making its way there, up 0.9%. The NASDAQ up 0.75%. How y'all feeling? Caesar C, good to see you. Good to see you. Let's go. Yes, I have to go in a little bit here and pick up my puppy. She is good to go. Spain went good. Where's my man Bless? Was looking for that 397 on the SPY. And we're looking like we're about to get it. 396.86. What's up, Lobo? Good to see you. How you feeling? How you feeling? I had a sick boy I had to go get from school. He couldn't keep his eyes open after lunch, and I couldn't even argue with his excuse. I thought he slept good last night, but he said he kept waking up through the night because he was worried about the puppy because she had to go in to get spayed this morning. So that's my life. All right. That HARP, big runner from earlier, cooled down, still up 77% on the day, but a ways off from those highs at 335. Now at 204. Let me check, Junk Savvy, if you're out there. I just watched the Charles Payne stuff right before I came back on here. I'm going to see if they got it up yet. All right, I do not see it up yet, but yes. I mean, that's basically what they're saying, Sabrina. Hopefully this will come up. Hopefully they'll put the Charles Payne interview with the what was that? That was the Torchlight former CEO, correct? And it's just mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing that two market makers that had nothing to do with the company, nothing to do with the stock, were able to go to FINRA and convince them to let them trade a stock. It's really baffling. It's really baffling to me. And if a blind eye gets turned to this, I really don't know what to say. Look at harpooning downwards. Now at 188. Let's see. Heat map looking bright green with the exception of Tesla and John Berta, yes, the former CEO of Torchlight. No, and you know why, Junk Savvy? Did you see a couple of those people took way too much time earlier in the show, rambling on kind of nonsensically? So Tesla, CNBC, calling Tesla's downfall because of the uncertainty with Elon. So we started talking about this as soon as Twitter started, and now they're pushing that narrative that Elon's unpredictable, and they're not. I will respect CNBC for this. They're not politicizing it or anything. They're curbing it as Elon's attention is on Twitter. Therefore, the Tesla brand is suffering. So crazy. One of those market makers was on the board of FINRA and held heavy shorts that were never covered from Torchlight. Yeah, the more I learn about this situation, the more it makes me sick to my stomach. And I just really hope, Junk Savvy, that it doesn't get overshadowed with the FTX stuff, with the CPI stuff, with J Powell, and kind of get buried. I know we will be following it either which way, and we will be following that hearing tomorrow. We'll bring that to you guys live. I believe 10 a.m. is when it kicks off. Yeah, and so then you heard what he said, Junk Savvy, how they tried to tell him that there was only 6 million shares shorted after the 165 million. And he said that could have been cleared up, 260 million shares still outstanding. So AST is what registers, what would turn your MMTLP into what is it? Next bridge, I think. It's crazy. Well, and it all kind of plays in together, though, wouldn't you say, Junk Savvy? Yeah, I don't know what just happened to Harp. Harp just FOMO'd the other way, Martin. And again, Martin, that's what worries me on these kind of plays, and that's why I don't put that's why I don't put all that stock in the resistance and stuff, because as soon as momentum dies off, like and a little bit of sell-off happens, because we'll probably be close to 100 million trades on this. So you're looking roughly 500 times the normal daily volume. Just absolutely crazy. Yeah, so AST is the clearinghouse for the next bridge spinoff. There's 165 million shares. That's all there should have been. That was rewarded to people who held through the metamaterials merger. That was a placeholder dividend for this moment that was never supposed to be traded. So you have 165 million shares of a stock that should have never been traded. You've got those already registered. So literally every share is already accounted for. Then you have 260 million shares on top of that need to be covered. And so the thing that's different about this is an event where the company will no longer exist come tomorrow. So MMTLP will be non-existent. Now again, have we been down a road similar to this before? Probably. But I don't know if it's as big as this. And in the times that we've had it with AMC, with GameStop, there's never been such a hard deadline. Sure, we've seen the failure to deliver. We've seen, all that kind of stuff. I don't doubt it. But I don't think we've seen something with their backs against the wall like this. And hopefully this steamrolls into exposing some more stuff. I think it's a setup for the next 2 days, non-refundable. The charting might tell you otherwise, but I don't see how. But I've been wrong before. CPI may come in better than expected. And maybe we run right up until J Powell comes out and drops the hammer. But going from the jobs report, from the PPI, I realistically can't see how he could, in good conscience, pivot now. Maybe he still will. Who knows? But volume isn't there today, Non. It's not a full-blown run-up. I don't know what's pushing everything up. I really couldn't tell you. Lots of wild cards though tomorrow, lots of wild cards because this is a situation where possibly something that happens in front of Congress tomorrow could move the market because so many eyes are on it. I thought the same thing when Roaring Kitty got up there though, so. And I mean, don't get me wrong, that started something. That started the next leg up for GameStop, but in theory, Sabrina, you shouldn't lose that share unless it's converted, right? Yeah, they proved it without a doubt. Yeah, I can't I can't argue with you on that one, Junk Savvy. But again, I think we still need somebody to do something. And when it's so who steps in over FINRA? Right? So who's their overseer? The SEC? Is this where Gensler isn't doing his job? Because it's tough when you have to regulate the regulators. Right? And that's essentially what FINRA is regulators. How do we regulate the regulators? And especially since Nate Dogg's no longer with us, it's going to be extra tough. And the market still cooking to the upside. S&P up over 1% now. The Dow up just about 1.25%. NASDAQ up 0.86%. Sorry. Yeah, so it's supposed to be converted to a private company. That's correct, but enough shares have already been converted, right? So if you're still holding a share, that means that it's not accounted for. So they've essentially already cleared the 165 million legitimate shares, making all the other shares synthetic, right? Or having been shorted improperly. Yeah, Sabrina, Junk Savvy knows exactly what's going on. I highly recommend if you're involved in MMTLP, take advantage of getting having a chat with her. She can break it down very well for anyone interested. But was really good to see Charles Payne expose it a little bit, and hopefully that's just the beginning for him. I always like to think Charles is on the right side of things. So, got to go pick up Lundy. Be back right before 4. That's right when I got to go pick up the dog. And I'm going to hit all that traffic. But they close at 5, so I do have to leave just a few minutes before 4. I apologize, but it's a half-hour ride without traffic, and got to get my little princess. Well, yeah, and then at that point, is there any way to tell? That's always kind of been my question. Is once a synthetic share, and so this goes back to this goes back to I think this was the first GameStop documentary that came out that really got people all fired up. It had I believe he was a JP Morgan, don't quote me. He was one of the big banks, maybe Wells Fargo. But he worked for one of those, and he said there was never a day that he didn't naked short. And he said he called it the beauty of it was once a synthetic share is put into the market, there's nothing that identifies that synthetic share as anything different than a real share, so that it makes it virtually impossible to separate which ones are synthetic, which ones are regular. Yes, we could probably do something in Discord tonight. I may be out doing my hustling. I gotta see what's up with the dog first, but I think some people would be interested in that. I think we can get something going, because it is a big deal. It is a big deal, and again, I would really hate to see it get overlooked the next couple days, because it is bigger. And I think when people hear the OTC markets were involved, I think people question the legitimacy of it a little bit without the understanding that those are regulated the same. Those aren't a free-for-all. And especially the way that the stock even began trading, it has to be at the absolute best questionable. At the absolute best, I would say questionable. And that's putting it very nicely. Blatant fraud would be another way of saying it. And now you've got FTX's new CEO in a similar situation where he's just pushing the blame off on SBK, whatever his name is. He's just saying, well, it was poor management. We gave too much power to these kids. We're going to get in there and straighten the ship. I don't know. And I really hope that somebody brings up those tokenized shares when he's in front of Congress tomorrow. I mean, is unfortunate as that is, Sabrina, I think we do have to look at that as a potential outcome. I hope to God that it's a very, very slim chance of that outcome, but we try to cover all angles and see things but this may be too big to sweep under the rug. But what scares me is when you have something big falling like FTX, right? You got somebody with such a bullseye on their head in Sam Bankman-Fried. Who's to say that a link doesn't come out that somehow these two market makers somehow FTX got involved through some back channel, and this was SBK's fault too. Who's to say they won't be the pile-on effect? Oh yeah, that whole AMC thing, Sam did it. I mean, I'm not saying that that's plausible or acceptable, but we've seen stranger things. We've seen scapegoats. We've seen scapegoats. Speaking of scapegoats, did any of you guys get a chance? The guy that we traded Brittany Griner for did an interview over there in Russia. Maybe it's propaganda, maybe it's not. I don't know. Mainstream media will tell you that it's propaganda, but interesting to watch. Interesting perspective. I'm not sympathetic to an arms dealer by any means, so don't think that's what I'm saying. But it was just an interesting interview about him talking about Americans that he got to know in prison and things like that. So just thought I'd throw that out there. That's right. They can't get any money out. Well, they don't want any money out of him, though. They just want to be able to put that to blame that money on them. You know, I mean, I love that this guy is still talking like, well, you know, I'm hoping to make another business and be able to pay people back. Like, that's not how it works. You don't rob billions of dollars and then get a chance to start a new business to maybe try to pay those people back. Well, I kind of hope not with that, Tennis. I kind of hope not, because I wouldn't say that justice was served in either of those cases. You know what I mean? So I hope that it's a little bit more severe. But, you know, we continue to I would like to see, there was an interview earlier. I'm not sure what the kid's from. He's Sabrina, be safe going to get her. He's another crypto guy. Let me see if they got. But he's like, you know, the cool kid. He doesn't wear suits. He's edgy. Here you go.
Vibe has changed a lot since we last saw each other.
Oh, Kelly, you know me better than that. It's good to see you. Welcome back. And no, SBF's not going to get me to put on a suit. Get out of here with that nonsense.
I mean, people are so furious at him, though, and he's trying his best to just claim denial about the whole thing. And do you know him personally?
No. Goodness, no. No, I mean, why would you not be furious? It's one of the biggest financial crimes in recent memory. Yeah, if I were someone that committed a massive crime and would be seeing prison sentence, and
do all these crypto people have to look like J.R. Tolkien characters? Is that a prerequisite?
I'm sure he's lying about everything. Isn't that his whole shtick? He's been lying for a very long time. But no, everyone should be violently upset. It's very unfortunate that it has any knock-on effect of Bitcoin. It's kind of been Bitcoin's plague is the altcoin industry and related actors that are criminals and immoral. But what are we going to do? I've been seeing this for close to 10 years now. We move on. We keep building. We keep shipping stuff.
Let me ask you about one thing when it comes to Bitcoin. I'm sure the bulls will be relieved to finally hear somebody say, no, there's a legitimate use for this. Look at the way you can instantly...
Bulls, you guys should be relieved to hear some kid that looks like a Hobbit character just told you Bitcoin's still good.
You know, transfer payments into local currency in Africa, for instance. But all of that said, it's ironic that we're talking about the attractiveness of Bitcoin as powering transactions in other currencies. Why should I or anybody watching this be a holder of Bitcoin? And maybe you don't suggest that they should be, but why should I be a holder of Bitcoin when it's just going to end up being almost like a payments network like Visa or MasterCard?
Sure. I think so. There's a lot to take in, right? And I know the everyday person on the couch probably has a tough time keeping up, especially with the SBF nonsense. But we'll divide that into two, Kelly. One is you should look to hold things, whether it be Bitcoin or something else, that are scarce, right? If there's a fixed supply on something, all it takes is demand for the price of that thing to go up. It is a great way to preserve and store wealth. And so Bitcoin's achievement in being the only finite asset in the history of the universe is a pretty big deal. And you should probably hold it because of that. Now, how can you use Bitcoin? What we've actually done is use the fact that Bitcoin is the first digital bearer instrument, Kelly. What that means is it's a physical digital object. And if you have a physical digital object, you could send physical value across the internet instantly in real time. That means I can escrow something physical. Physical, like this is my cell phone, Kelly. This is a physical object. I'm moving it around. However, I'm not strong enough to be able to move this to Nigeria in less than a second and for free. I'm 5'8", Kelly. I'm 155 pounds. There's no way I could throw this phone that far. I can throw a Bitcoin that far. I can throw a Bitcoin in less than a second and for free into Nigeria. And so what I could do is tell customers, hey, how many dollars do you want to get into Nigeria? And I say, take the dollars and say, okay, I'm going to turn it into Bitcoin. I'm going to throw it, my 5'8" self, all the way into Nigeria, where a local partner is going to receive it, convert it to Naira, and put it in a bank. And if we just do a little bit of work, on exchange rates and just making sure that the software is congruent across, then you've just reinvented cross-border payments. So why would you hold Bitcoin? Because it's scarce. Why would you use it? Because never before have you been able to have physical settlement digitally. Mind-blowing.
Is it ever going to have a real use case here in the U.S.? And what do you think the regulatory environment is now going to look like?
Do I think it's going to have a real use case in the U.S.? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know. I go to Whole Foods. Kelly, where do you grocery shop? I'm getting hit by CPI and inflation. I like grass-fed steaks. Those things have like doubled in price at my Whole Foods. So yeah, Bitcoin's got a use case everywhere. It's the scarcest, hardest asset money ever. What does the regulatory environment look like? I think this industry's got to grow up, Kelly. It's about time.
Hi, Pot.
There's Bitcoin and there's everything else. Bitcoin is very obviously a commodity, Kelly, and in my humble opinion, I think everything else looks a lot like a security. And so I think it's time that regulators are probably a little bit more leveraged in their ability to clean this space up so that the rest of the world can have clean, moral, responsible access. I think that that's what's going to happen, especially after events like this. I don't see how they can afford to not.
Okay. Yeah, I found that interesting. I don't know. And I don't like to judge books by their covers and all that stuff. And, you know, I'm not saying this kid speaks for crypto, but I lose all my money to some pimply faced kid that looks like he ain't showered in 2 weeks. I don't want my media to bring another one of those kids on there and tell me how he's different. And yes, if I had a need to ship money fast, I don't know what this physical digital thing that he's talking about is. I think that's I don't think that exists, but whatever. If I'm looking to move big amounts of money to a Nigerian prince, he's got me sold. He's got me sold. Other than that, I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to sound like I am super... But kids like this, it turns me off from crypto. It really does. I'm not going to lie. What's up, Bullfroggin'? You're gonna tell me you got Ugandan people, there wasn't Bitcoin flowing through the streets? And again, I've never tried to transfer fiat currency to Africa, and it seems like this is always the example that they use. Like, we have this thirst to ship money to places that we like. I get it. I do get it, but I don't understand the extra step. Okay, and bear with me, guys. I'm not trying to sound like an idiot. I have $100. I want to send that $100 to somebody. I can send that $100 to, again, maybe there's places I can't, but there's a way for me to send that $100. Why am I buying something else? I'm still converting. I still have to have the $100 at first, convert it to something else, send it to somebody who then converts that to something else. And I understand the Bitcoin, okay, there's only going to be so many of them, so it makes them worth something. That's understandable. But there was only so many Beanie Babies too. They didn't last. Just saying. Anywho, the market's still going crazy here. Dow now up 1.43%. The S&P up 1.23%. So will these gains hold? Is this just a tease? I don't know. I don't know. I would say if I had to be a betting man. But again, don't just think because we're seeing upside today and we have stuff going on tomorrow that we're going to see downside tomorrow. CPI could come in surprising. CPI could definitely come in surprising. Maybe PPI gave us the initial hit. So even if CPI comes in a little bit hotter than expected, maybe we've already seen that downside. Or maybe it's suppressed until maybe the hopes that Jay Powell continues his dovish pivot, which I don't see how he possibly can. But again, I've seen stranger things happen. So be on guard. Be on guard. And Tesla. And, you know, do you guys think, just to put a tinfoil hat on for a second, do you guys think this is a broader message? Obviously, Elon, you know, you start playing around with the FBI, the DOJ, people like that. Is this a message to, hey, don't play, you know, we've seen all kinds of new investigations open into Tesla, into Neuralink, things like that. How's it going to work out? Look, we got a frog and a bullfrog, and we like frogs around here. Getting froggy. So this S&P top 10, Apple up 1.3%, Microsoft up 2.3%, Amazon up 1.3%, Tesla again down near what was the low that we hit? 166.18. When was that? So that was back, had to be damn near a year ago. Either way, just off of 52-week lows that we hit just, what was that, 2 weeks ago? So who knows where this is going. And you just got to look at it like, I don't think anything's fundamentally changed at Tesla over the last 2 weeks. All right. 26 minutes left, guys. 26 minutes. Sorry, it's been a long day for me already, and it's just getting started. I apologize. I probably look like a raccoon with some bags under my eyes. But I helped control the pet population. So I did my part. Picked a sick boy up from school. And the security at school was lackluster at best. I will say that. I didn't get that my son is safe feeling. But I digress. We got Google up 0.33%, Nvidia up 2.5%. So chips were moving earlier, and China taking that to the World Trade Commission, World Trade Organization, WTO. And if you remember back, this was right around the time Pelosi visited Taiwan, when the U.S. put restrictions on Chinese exports. And strangely, the only big semi play in the red today is Taiwan Semi, down 0.2%. A lot of green throughout the rest. Texas Instruments up 1.5%, AMD up 3%, Nvidia up 2.6%, Intel up 1.25%. Qualcomm up 1.6%, Broadcom up 2%, and NXPI up 1.8%. Take one last glimpse here to see if anything stands out. Moderna down 7%. So what's the news on Moderna? What else? Laboratory Corporation of America Holdings. That sounds like a fake company. Laboratory Corporation of America. I don't like the sounds of that. Anyways, Tesla, the big red. So Tesla and Moderna, the two big red. Netflix down 2%. And Netflix engaged in some, I believe it's copyright issues or somewhere along those lines with, who was it? With Warner Brothers? I gotta look now. Sorry. Sabrina dropped that news earlier. Yeah, maybe it was Paramount. Warner Brothers Discovery. There you go. Warner Brothers Discovery. All right. Yeah, she will. She'll get that. She'll get all that. I think she's going to hang out with my ma for the night. You know, mothers like to have some motherly love. So if she wants to take care of my princess for the night, I will approve that. And it looks like we're just going to cook right to the upside, rock this thing right till the wheels fall off. NASDAQ up over 1% now, 1.07% gains. S&P up 1.32, and the Dow up 1.5. Harpoon has been harpooned all the way back down to 157. So, man, all over 100% gains, and then all over 100% losses from that high at 335. Yeah, I'm gonna look here in the next 10 minutes, and try to pick up something cheap, maybe just for Wednesday. I don't know if I'll go any further than that. I want to see how high we're gonna run here at the end of the day. How about we try some different music here? I'm hoping to. Probably not, Junk Savvy. Probably not. Unless it's in my car like the other night. That wasn't good. Hoping to not repeat that tonight. Okay, this is not chill hop. This is too chill hop. How about future hop? Yeah, it was a little too romantic, Lobo. A little too romantic. Uh, golly. So AMC flashing a little green for a second till I said that. Right at even 594. Like to hold above that $6 mark for CVS's put that's out there. Hopefully that doesn't come through. Ape holding those 10% gains, 85.24 cents on Ape. GameStop up 1%, 22.86 on GME. It says it's chilled hop. Rejection at 3.99 on the SPY. Yeah, if we hit that high, like I said, it's you got so many different catalysts. That's why if you notice, both calls and puts are a little bit more expensive than you would normally see them on a Monday. Like if you're playing Wednesday. Because of the expected volatility. So don't get in too deep with something like this because, 8:30 tomorrow morning, expect a straight up or a straight down line, one way or the other. At 8:30, we're going to get a big reaction. Now, whether that sustains into the open, we'll see. But be ready if you're playing calls or puts, be ready for volatility. I mean, it's great for price action when it's in your favor, but it's just as devastating when it goes against you. So, and a ho 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 to you as well. I do got some Christmas music to put on here. As soon as the mood so strikes. I haven't exactly got into the Christmas spirit just yet. I'm getting there. I'm on my way. You got to give out the gifts, the important ones first before you can get into the Christmas spirit. So you got to give the electric company their Christmas present, the gas company, they get their gift. Spectrum, I just sent them their stocking stuffers. So it's not so much Christmas hop. It's it's I don't know what you call it. Cause they do got some real songs, their own kind, like it's got some jingle bells, all that stuff that I'm assuming is in public domain. I think, I love it. I love the festivities in the chat. You're starting to give low key a run for his money, Junk Savvy. I like it. Your wallet's in the Christmas spirit, Nan? I like it. Well, and it's not about things and it's not about stuff. I know we always make it like that. And our intentions are always good. It's not like we're overcompensating. It's Christmas. You want to put smiles on the faces of people that you care about. And maybe Jerome Powell will help us do that in a couple days. Or maybe Jerome Powell will come out and say, no Christmas for you. 1 year. You come back 2024. A lot of it, the public domain laws are very stringent, whereas something like Happy Birthday has never entered into public domain, but certain other ones have. Let's see if we get a little dip before the close here. NASDAQ back under 1% gains, up still 0.98%. S&P up 1.2, Dow up 1.4. So cooling off a little bit going into the close. Grumpy, it's funny you say that. I actually just made a donation in your name to the Human Fund, my friend. You'll be getting a certificate in the mail sometime in the next 4 to 6 business weeks. And but don't forget too, Grumpy, you also got a mixtape coming. So I want it to be just perfect, and I don't want to make any religious assumptions. So I figured maybe I wait until all the things and then we just call it a holiday mixtape, and I send it to you in like January. Like those offices that hold off and have their holiday party sometime in January, as not to offend anybody. We're gonna do it just like that. Junk Savvy, that's so unnecessary. You know I got the holiday spirit. I got that joy down in my heart. Where? much appreciated. You are too kind. Never necessary though. And yes, guys, I think we should have a little discussion in the Discord tonight. Even if we do it right before football. I know people will probably be in football, but anybody that's been involved in the AMC movement, in the GameStop movement, in the Ape movement, any of that, even if you're not holding MMTLP, I would be doing Junk Savvy a disservice by trying to explain what she's explained to me about this situation. Not her opinions on it, the facts that she's uncovered, the digging that she's done, the conversations that she's had with her broker, things like that. So anybody interested, like I said, it's a conversation that needs to be had, and it's something that you guys should be keeping an eye out, because like I said, even if you don't hold MMTLP, it may not directly affect you in that sense, but it could directly affect you in other senses. Same thing with the FTX thing. I don't think we can get complacent and say, well, that's not our fight. That's those people. They put money in there. I think we need to look at a lot of different things. We need to look at the way that, on a grander scale, we need to look at a way that how regulation is affected. And just take the crypto, just take anything. What if he was a pharmacist? What if he was that guy that robbed people on insulin? And what if he was just giving millions to politicians to affect regulation? So it should be eye-opening to everybody how bribery is legal when you call it lobbying. Somebody else does it, it's bribery. You do like 5 to 10 in the federal joint for that. But if you do it in a political landscape, call it lobbying, it's all good. Lobo, man, you stay on the phone, huh? I've watched those 48-hour type shows, Grumpy. Unless you get grumpy old woman involved, it's usually those type that, and if you're going to tag team me something like that, I might have to watch my back. But I think that mixtape will get more play in the grumpy household than you think. I could see you probably out doing your landscaping to it, have your earbuds in, listening to MIA sings Toto's greatest hits. And what we could do, Grumpy, we can make a club out of it. So essentially every month I'm sending you a new mixtape. I'll even give you the first year free. It's like the new age Spotify. So keep an eye out, Grump. I would say Junk Savvy, maybe like 7:30-ish. 7:30. I think football starts at like 8:15, and yeah, I'll stay in contact. I'll throw an alert out in the Discord. But again, guys, I highly encourage taking a few minutes. Not only is Junk Savvy, a great conversationalist as it is, take MMTLP out of the mix, but she really knows what's going on here. And again, it's if you got involved, if you ever held AMC, if you ever held GameStop, if you ever were in on the cause, this is important stuff, guys. This isn't just some wild theory. These are facts that are out there. CBS fraud, and I need to get a nice ribbit on my soundboard. I need to get a nice ribbit. Thank you so much, CVS. Very, very unnecessary. Always appreciate it. You guys are the absolute best. You the best. We got 8 minutes left, guys. I'll stick it out till the bell. I do have to leave kind of right after the bell, so I'll apologize in advance. But I got a little princess that needs to be picked up. And then I may be around for that. Like I said, it all depends on how she is. They weren't using stitches; they were using glue. So it's going to be how my dogs react with her and all that good stuff. And then hopefully she's calmed down. Fire away, CBS. Fire away. That is a good question. Let me look into that because I think there is. I'm not 100% sure, CBS. This whole monetizing thing is still new to us, and they throw you a lot of curveballs. But at least for analytics, I know there is CBS. So I know that they keep track of that because I think you do get a portion of that. Like, so if somebody pays for premium where you don't have to watch ads, I think you do get something from that. I'll find out, though, the specifics on that for you. That's a great question. That's a very good question. And I think there is some kind of compensation. Again, this end's all new to me. That would be dope, GTA. That would be dope. I'll have to look because, like I said, I know that they track it. So I don't think that they would track it for just no reason because it does show up in the analytics. But I don't know. I get it. I'm such a sissy. Like I get. It's awkward for me to even. Never. It's. I don't know. It's tough. I'm pretty sure. CBS, but I appreciate that. GTA, hit me with your whatchamacallit. I don't know when I'll be able to play again. But I got your message yesterday. Throw me your Activision gamer tag when you get a chance. Yes, that's highly on our to-do list. Is getting the Twitch up and running. Because of that reason alone, I know a lot of yous have Amazon Prime memberships, and that's a great way to support the channel without having to come out of pocket or anything. So yes, all things that are in the works. Just never enough hours in the day. But we're getting there, guys. We're getting there slow and steady, and still tweaking things. And can't believe this. Harpoon Therapeutics now all the way down at 147. What a tremendous run. The SPY pushing back up here at the close. So maybe we see that 399 rejection after all. We hit 398.70. Let's see if we go through that high. And the market cooking a little bit here. The Dow back over 1.5% gains. S&P up 1.36. NASDAQ up 1.16. We got Oracle's earnings coming up right after the bell. Somebody else too. I forget who the other one is. All right, 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes. Remember to plan accordingly. Yes, new high on the SPY. Well, you know what I always say, Nan? Take a chance. Columbus did. Oracle is a cloud, one of the bigger cloud companies. GTA. I don't know a whole lot about it. I know it's a big it's one of those companies. I would put it almost in the same category as United Health, with not as much strength, but up there in the sense of is a heavyweight on the indexes, but not talked about a whole lot. Yeah, so right up at those new highs, 398.75 on the SPY. I just grabbed a put for Wednesday. Actually, two of them. Out of the money. 380 strike. 380. Yes. $380. I picked them up for $68 each, Nan. So that's $380. December 14th SPY puts. $68 a piece. Way out of the money. Way out of the money, but there will be some volatility tomorrow. And I don't want to go too close to the money on these because I'm not assured of it either way. I don't think it's any kind of guarantee that CPI is bad. So yeah, I mean, I think in the next 2 days at the very least, GTA, we retest this level down here, this 392. Now, whether CPI is the catalyst that does it, whether HBK says something stupid in front of Congress, whether Jay Powell comes out and drops 75 basis points on us, or just Jay Powell comes out and says, listen, you guys, I gave you an early Christmas present. You got 50 basis points. Be prepared for a terrible year next year. And then he just mic drops and walks off the stage. And there's the bell, guys. We closed up 1.43% on the S&P, 1.58 on the Dow, 1.26 on the NASDAQ. So we had a green day. Let's celebrate it a little bit, but let's be vigilant. Like I said, lots of catalysts the next 2 days. And that is it, guys. I am sorry to leave you guys so abruptly. You know, I would stay here and shoot the breeze with you all afternoon, but I've got a dog I need to get to. So that being said, I'll send out a message later if anybody's interested in talking to Junk Savvy about that MMTLP and what's going on there. Again, highly recommend that. And I'm sure the boys will be watching football in there tonight. Again, I can't guarantee where I'm going to be, but I'll be around if anyone needs me. You guys all have a fantastic night. Thank you again, as always, for all the love and support. Look at, you guys can see my big, beautiful face one time before I go. Much love, y'all. I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning.